Hello, everyone. Welcome, one and all, to another episode, another spine number of Chasing Labels. I am your host, Andrew Cabral, and this is episode or spine number 181. And it is the first episode of the calendar year of 2026, which I'm going to have to get used to now knowing that it is 2026. I don't know if anyone else goes through these trials every single year at the start of a new year. You have to rewire your brain, reconfigure your mind, do whatever it is you can to now refer to the new year as the new year. So, happy new year to everyone. It is 2026. Oh, goodness. We've been doing Chasing Labels now for a while. We've been doing it since 2021, I believe. I believe it was March of 2021. So we will be heading into, I guess, a 5-year anniversary this coming March, which I don't know if there's going to be anything special planned for that, or we'll just do a regular episode. But this is episode spine number 181, like I said. For those of you joining me here for the first time, um, welcome. For those of you rejoining me here for the however many time you've been here in the past, welcome back. And yeah, this is going to be an interesting episode because not a lot has happened in the last 2 weeks. So for those of you who are not familiar with what we do here on Chasing Labels, this is our flagship show. This is our, I guess, number one show. This is the one that's been around for the longest. It's the one that we do the most with, essentially. It's the one all the other ones are branched off of. And on this podcast or on this YouTube channel, we talk about the world of boutique label releasing, specifically home media releasing, of course, movie collecting, things like that. But each episode takes a look at the previous 2 weeks or so of the new release schedule cycle, if you will. It is not every single release that we talk about here on Chasing Labels. It is only a select few. It's basically anything that I want to add to my collection at some point, or that I just find interesting in general. You know, we usually hit all of the main people here, and we'll be doing that, of course, here once again in the new year of 2026. And like I said, not a lot has happened in the last 2 weeks or so. The previous episode was on December 22nd, which was right before the holidays, the literal holiday, Christmas and whatnot. And then, of course, you had the new year as well. And I guess a lot of companies really haven't done much in the last 2 weeks. And yeah, so there's not much to talk about. We will, of course, be talking about the Vinegar Syndrome announcements as well as the OCN partner label announcements. That'll be the bulk of the show. I think combined it's over 30 releases. So obviously that'll be the bulk of the show. That'll be the highlight of the show. That'll be our headliner. That'll be at the end. That'll be the grand finale. But beforehand, we'll be getting into such things as let's see, Kino always has a couple of things. Phil Masters, which is a smaller company that had a lot of announcements kind of randomly. They typically don't do a whole bunch of announcements all at once. We'll get into that and a couple of other individual releases as well. Not much. Just looking at my notes here. And I think the notes will be down below so you can see pretty much all the titles we will be talking about. But beforehand, with the holiday, with Christmas, with New Year's, I did get a bunch of stuff, so I'll do a little bit of a movie collection update as I like to do. Do a couple of things at once, multitask, if you will. I got to multitask every day, or else I'll never get anything done. But we do have a comment here before I get into that. We have JB44 is here. Greetings, good to be here. Welcome, JB. Welcome back, actually. Thank you for being here. But yeah, so some holiday stuff, post-holiday stuff, whatever you want to call it. I did mention this recently that I wanted to get it, and it was one of my most anticipated releases of the year. That is the Warner Archive release of High Society. This is a movie starring Grace Kelly, Bing Crosby, and Frank Sinatra. It was Grace Kelly's last film before she left Hollywood and went off to Monaco to become a princess. And this is a movie that has been only available on DVD, at least here in the region A in the US, release land, if you will. And for years and years and years, I was just waiting for the Blu-ray to come out. And I've been waiting probably 15 years in 15 years for it to come out, because I would see the DVD all the time, and the DVD was relatively cheap and readily available, but I'm like, "I'll just wait for the Blu-ray. It's gotta come eventually. It's Grace Kelly, it's Frank Sinatra, it's Bing Crosby. It's a classic Warner Brothers movie. It's a musical, all this stuff, you know what I mean? It was shot in CinemaScope. It's gotta come out, right?" Well, fast forward to 2025, and we finally got it. And not only did we get it on Blu-ray, but we got it in 4K as well. And yeah, hopefully the focus is good enough for you guys to see it. I always use manual focus, so there it is. Just it's the usual, just regular 4K black case with poster artwork, which is classic to me. And just 2 discs, you get the Blu-ray and the 4K. I haven't put it in yet, so I can't comment too much on the picture quality, because I literally just got this in the mail 2 days ago. I think I got it Saturday. But from what I've been judging so far with the 4Ks that Warner Archive has put out, they do look spectacular. Their Blu-rays look spectacular. Also, I am aware that there is a bit of an issue with some of the releases with this release here. By some of them, I mean there's only a certain batch of discs that had a bit of a defect with them. I think around the 17-minute mark, the 17 and change a minute mark, some discs do, I think, end up freezing. And I think there's a replacement program. I'm not quite sure about that. So you may want to do some inquiries about it if indeed your disc does freeze at the 17 or so minute mark. I haven't checked my disc yet, like I said, so I don't know if I have one of the defective discs. But like I said, it was only a certain batch of discs. It wasn't all of the releases. It wasn't like some of the other defects we've been seeing in some other releases from some other companies where it's all of them that are affected. Only a certain batch. So I will check it out later, probably after the show, after the recording here. So that is High Society. Something I got in the mail also recently. Last year was the year of upgrading comedies to 4K. And I know we got Wayne's World 2, we've got Coneheads, we've got Black Sheep, we've got Road Trip, Ace Ventura got a 4K upgrade, and also the classic movie Tommy Boy. I guess you can call it a classic now. It's 20 years old. I mean, I don't know how many years it takes to be called a classic, but it's, of course, stars Chris Farley, David Spade. This was the one that really launched both of their careers. I know beforehand they were both on Saturday Night Live, but this was the one that people I think go back to over and over and over again. I know I have just recently rewatching Black Sheep and then remembering, rewatching Tommy Boy so much. I was like, Tommy Boy is I can see why that one's preferred as opposed to Black Sheep. But this was put out by Paramount, so this is not a boutique label release. I'm kind of lying here, but anywho, I'm doing a movie collection update, so it doesn't matter. It can be mainstream, it can be non-mainstream. I can make up any rules, I guess. So this is the Blu-ray. This is the 4K UHD Blu-ray and digital code combo. So I got this because I got Black Sheep. Got to get one if you get the other. And I also got a silent film. This is actually put out by who's this put out by? Oh, Flickr Alley. Flickr Alley. This is from their I think it's, what's it called? Film Fusion line? Yo, Flickr Fusion. Sorry, Flickr Fusion line. And this is the movie He Who Gets Slapped. I talked about this here on Chasing Labels when it was announced because I got to watch it. This movie stars Lon Chaney. This is a Victor Sostrom film. I think Sostrom. That's how you pronounce the name. And this is a silent film, I think from the late 20s. I want to say 1927. You see. 1924, sorry, not late 20s. So 1924, and this is an exclusive slipcover to their website, which is now actually sold out. I had to buy this on eBay because the slipcovers had sold out, and I'm a slipcover fiend, so I had to get it. It is a really nice slipcover. If you are familiar with the slipcovers that come from Vinegar Syndrome, it's the thicker slipcovers with really thicker cardboard and just well-made material. It's got a little it's a little glossy in some parts, but it's mostly a matte finish. It's really, really nice. The glossy parts are typically the red makeup around the clown's eyes and lips. You can see that. Really, really nice release. And I've been wanting to get Flickr Alley releases for so long. They just never really go on sale. They have some holiday sales now and again, but really the prices don't drop that dramatically to the point where I'm like, oh, it's too good to pass up. They are rather expensive releases and they are deeper catalog titles. But Flickr Alley does a great job of restoring, remastering, providing some special features, and it's a really nice company. I know they've worked along with the Film Noir Foundation with Eddie Muller, and they put out some releases in tandem with them. So I've got to get those releases. I remember we had Eddie Muller here on Chasing Labels in May of 2022. It seems like only yesterday, but he was talking about the release of The Guilty and High Tide, which was a double feature. That's a release I've been wanting to get, but this is the movie, He Who Gets Slapped, the silent film from 1924. Always glad to get more silent films in the collection. And I don't think I talked about this last time. Maybe I did, maybe I didn't. I honestly should have gone back and looked at the previous episode's video. I never do. And I got the movie City on Fire. This is the Hong Kong action film directed by John Woo, starring Chow Yun Fat. From when did this come out? I want to say 1987. Yeah, 1987. And this is the Arrow release. This is the Arrow 4K limited release. And I know that Shout Factory and Shout Factory's put out a bunch of these movies already. They really jumped out in front of everyone else and started to put out these Hong Kong action films from the 80s already. They've got Hard Boiled, they've got The Killer, they've got City on Fire, Peking Opera Blues, a couple of other ones too. And Arrow is slowly starting to put out their releases, which is what I waited for. If you're not familiar, I've mentioned it a bunch of times. I'm waiting for the Arrow releases of these just because I know Arrow does better encoding on their discs, and the cover art is so much nicer. It really, really is. The cover art's so, so nice. And yeah, I think this has reversible cover art as well. It's just one disc release. And let me see if there's reversible cover art on this. I believe there is. That is a typical Arrow fanfare. Let me see. I could get it out. Yeah, there's reversible cover art. So let me put this back without tearing anything. Like I said, I've been waiting for the Arrow releases of these, and I can only imagine how hard it's going to be to get Hard Boiled and The Killer just because those are the two most popular John Woo titles, in my opinion. See. I may flip this around later anyway, so I don't have to put it back perfectly. Just because I like to have a little different cover art than the slip cover art. Changes things up a little bit. Next up here is one I mentioned the last time, because I believe the last time we had talked a little bit about the passing of the great Rob Reiner. And I talked about, how I've been watching his films pretty much forever. I've known Rob Reiner and his work for a really long time, ever since I was a little kid, really. And this is one that I don't think a lot of people talk about enough, and that is The American President, starring Michael Douglas, Annette Bening, Martin Sheen, Michael J. Fox. And this was written by Aaron Sorkin. This Blu-ray's been available for a long time. This Blu-ray's been available, I think, for at least a dozen years, I think. Anywho, this is The American Friend. This is the Blu-ray put out by Warner Brothers. Not The American Friend, The American President. Sorry. Yeah, Richard Dreyfuss is in this film as well. Always really like this one. So let me see what else I've got here. Move some things back over to where they were before. Oh, speaking of which, got something here. This is something I picked up from the Severance sale. I completely forgot I got this, actually. This is their release of Opera. This is the 4K, 4-disc edition of Opera. This is the Dario Argento film from the 80s, written and produced and directed by Dario Argento. This is their big old deluxe limited edition. And this is something that I've been eyeing for many, many years. I forgot this came out like back in 2023, I think, maybe 2022. So I've been looking for a while. And yeah, this is a really nice deluxe edition. It was on sale because it's an older release now at this point. So let me just take out some of the contents. You get a booklet here, and then you also get just a regular 4K case. But like I said, it is a 4-disc release. Let's see. Hopefully it is a 4 disc. One, two, three, four, five. Hold on. Yeah, one, two, three, four, five. I think the last disc is the original motion picture soundtrack. Okay, so you get four discs, and then the fifth disc being a soundtrack, which is typically what Severin does. And it's been a while since I bought a Severin release. I typically wait for the Severin releases to go on sale to the point where like the prices are too good to pass up, unless it's something that is really really special and that I really got to get my hands on. I typically wait until they go on sale because they are rather expensive. So that is Dario Argento's opera, and I have a few Dario Argentos that I'm still missing. Tenebrae, I'm still missing, and obviously I think some more of his modern work. Coincidentally, we're going to be talking about a Dario Argento film later on. Vinegar Syndrome is putting out his adaptation of Phantom of the Opera. An interesting movie. An interesting movie. Let's see what else I've got here. Oh, two things that came in the mail today, actually. I was just talking about comedy on 4K. I got Happy Gilmore, the Adam Sandler film from 1996, a lifelong favorite of mine. If you grew up in the 90s or even the 2000s, you know Adam Sandler, you know his comedies, you may even know his dramatic work, which I think is rather underrated. Punch Drunk Love is a masterwork of a movie. He was also recently in Noah Baumbach's newest film, Jay Kelly, and he's excellent in that movie. Of course, he's in the Safdie brothers movie Uncut Gems, which he's also fantastic in. But obviously, getting his start in comedy on Saturday Night Live, as well as doing stand up, and then, of course, doing Billy Madison, Happy Gilmore, The Wedding Singer, Big Daddy. There's been so many Adam Sandler movies, but Happy Gilmore on 4K UHD from Kino Lorber. I have here in my hand that has an audio commentary and deleted scenes and outtakes. And I've actually never owned the movie. It's one of those things. I don't know if any other collector has this thing where there are movies or a movie or whatever the case may be that you've seen so many times over the years in your life to the point where you don't even need to own it because you know the movie so well. Happy Gilmore's always been one of those for me, where I saw it so many times that I never needed to own it because I never saw myself rewatching it, on purpose. Not on purpose, but this would play on TV all the time on cable. Um all the time, really. Like they would play it like twice in the same day. They played repeatedly back in the day. But this is one of his all-time, classics, most well-known, funniest movies. A plethora of people in this movie that you'll recognize, including, Bob Barker, as well as Christopher McDonald, Carl Weathers, Julie Bowen, Richard Kiel, Kevin Nealon, Ben Stiller. Um, yeah, this is one of his bests, and Kino got the rights to put out the 4K of that. Where am I going to put this? I'll put it over here. And then this is completely random. Wasn't expecting to pick this up because I didn't think I could find it actually. I talked about this when it was announced. It's the Eureka box set called Rack and Ruin the Rubble film at DEFA. This has 5 movies. It has The Murderers Are Among Us, Somewhere in Berlin, Police Raid, Marriage in the Shadows, and then The Blum Affair. Now, this is an interesting box set because the DEFA was a film company that was making movies in the excuse me the Eastern Bloc of Germany after World War II. So, a little history lesson here for those of you who don't know. After World War II, Germany was divided up into East and West Germany. East Germany was owned and operated by the USSR, the Soviet Union, Russia. The West Germany was run by, you guessed it, the Western, um, the Western powers, if you will. Britain, United States, France, et cetera. You know what I'm saying? And they had two different like movie studio companies making movies post World War II. And these movies here specifically, or the DEFA, were really making movies that were trying to anti-Nazify the people of Germany, which is interesting. It's kind of utilizing the power of movies in an educational propaganda-ish way, if you will, to kind of change the minds of the people. So I find that endlessly fascinating. So I talked about this briefly. I didn't know much about it when it was announced or when I talked about it here on Chasing Labels. So now that I actually have the movies and have all the extra features, I can learn more about all of this stuff. And yeah, I'm really excited. I didn't think I would be able to get this. I every single day, um, Orbit DVD posts their restocks on their social media, whether it's Facebook or Instagram, and I always check it to see what they've got new in stock or what they've restocked that I've been wanting to get or interested in getting. And this just popped up on there. They had one copy that came in, and I was like, oh, I'm going to get this while I can because importing it would cost a bunch, and not a lot of the other US online retailers had this. So I picked this up. A nice little post holiday surprise for me. Let me see what else do I've got here. I'm gonna saving the biggest one for last. But speaking of, actually, I'm not even speaking. We're gonna be talking about Volume 2 of this collection, so I might as well have gotten Volume 1, and I did. This is the Looney Tunes Collector's Vault Volume 1. Now, Looney Tunes Collector's Vault Volume 2 was just announced. That's probably the first thing we're going to talk about. Now, this is not typically movie related, but it is Warner Archive. It is a boutique label. Classic animation is something that's near and dear to my heart, so I thought I would talk about it on this episode because we've got the time. We've got the time. So the Collector's Vault collections are different than the Collector's Choice collections, which they put out 4 volumes of already. The difference being is the Collector's Choice volumes were one disc. So one disc, I think 25 episodes, 25 shorts, and the Collector's Vault is 2 discs, 50 shorts. And disc 1 I think is entirely new or entirely yeah, entirely new to HD editions or versions, remasters if you will, of certain Looney Tunes shorts that have never been released in HD before. So that's the major difference between the Collector's Choice and the Collector's Vault. So that's really cool. Let me just open it up here. It's just 2 discs, nothing really a lot to write home about. But the fact that we're still getting classic animation on HD, new classic animation on HD, is already a win. It's already a win. I say it every time. Speaking of which, one of the bigger releases of the year, and I think one of the biggest surprises of the year, is the Huckleberry Hound show complete series set. Now, this is a awesome release. This is an awesome release. Not only is it, every single episode of the Huckleberry Hound show, there's also special features on here. Huckleberry Quotes, the remix video celebrating memorable Hound quotes. Huckleberry Hound, a linguistic masterpiece. Hound speak as humorously interpreted by a linguistics professor. The legendary sound of Dawes Butter, and an affectionate remembrance of the brilliant voice artist who lent his talents to voice Huckleberry Hound and Yogi among many other beloved characters. So that's nice. Like, this is stuff that I'm not sure if it was collected previously on the DVD or not, but either way, it's nice that they've at least transferred over if that is indeed the case. But this is a 3 keep case set. How many episodes is it? 68 half-hour episodes, following broadcast records as a guide. As originally aired during the series' 4 seasons on television, meticulously restored from 4K scans of original 35mm negatives. Everyone's favorite Blue Hound never looked better. So let me just take out one of these, just so you can get a sense of how they look. So in these thicker Blu-ray cases, let's see how many discs are in this first case. Season 1, of course, one disc is already flying off the handle. See if I can get that back in there. Yeah, so let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4 discs. Tray is a little rickety, if you will. So this first disc is not wanting to stay in, but there you go. Here, classic trays. Oh, all the discs just fell out. All right, all right. That was the most embarrassing thing to ever happen here on Chasing Labels. Let me get these discs back in where they need to be while I bumble around. Please excuse me. All right, so which disc is this? This is disc 2. And then let me go grab disc 3. So yeah, these, at least it shows you that the cases are a little bit of an issue here. Hold on, I think I hurt my shoulder trying to reach down for this disc. Hold on. Bear with me. I gotta move the microphone so it may make a little bit of noise. Okay. Okay. I'm making a bit of a mess here. Okay, let me put in disc 3. Let me put this back before any of the discs start flying out again. Yeah, these discs are not secured in here really at all, and it's more to do with the hub than anything. Um, so I've seen this happen before. So sometimes the discs, the circle in the middle is smaller than the hub itself. So it doesn't fit in flush with itself. It doesn't fit in securely as well. So the discs are just kind of loosely dangling on there. So if you move it the wrong way, if you flip the tray too hard, these discs do not hold. Yeah, these discs are not holding in here. Okay, that's good to know. Let me put this back before any more catastrophes do happen. But that is the Huckleberry Hound show. I went from praising it to being like, the packaging may have some issues, but packaging aside with the disc hub issues, this is a really, really nice release. Like I said, 68 half-hour episodes, all remastered in 4K, restored from 4K from the original 35mm camera negative. That's really awesome to see. Okay, now for the grand finale, see if I can lift this up with my bum shoulder now, is literally it's one of my most anticipated releases of last year, and that is the second sight release 4K UHD limited edition, all the bells and whistles you could ever have, of Possession. This is the Andrei Zulawski masterpiece of a movie from 1982, I believe. And this is a deluxe release of this movie like you've never seen before. If you're familiar with Second Sight's work, you know how deluxe their releases are. They are expensive for a reason, but you do get what you pay for. You know what I'm saying? Some releases, you don't get what you pay for, but you still end up paying. This is a hefty release. It's heavy. Hardback book in here. And 220-page hardback book. Rigid slipcase, 211-page shooting script. That's a paperback book. And then several discs here. I think it's, let's see, 3-disc edition, including 1 UHD and 2 Blu-rays. Let me take this out here a little bit. Yeah, let me just here's the box. For those of you watching, here is the, hold on, let me move. Wish I had more room. I envy those who have widespread areas to just record things. I make do with what I have, but this is the hardcover book right here. And this is the softcover book with the shooting script right here. These are, I believe, art cards or poster cards, if you will. Those are right here. I keep those wrapped up. I never like to unsheath those, if you will. Let me see. Let me move this stuff back. And then here's where the discs are held in a digipack style case, and there are the 3 discs. Boom, right there. Really nice release. Yeah, this is, like I said, this is one of my most anticipated releases of last year. Came out in mid to late December, so I had to wait. Of course, sold out in a lot of places immediately. Honestly, this is a candidate to me for release of the year. Like, number one, big time, best release of 2025, in my opinion. It really, and I had a feeling that was the case when it was announced. I think I talked when I was going over the details on Chasing Labels. I think I said those a little over. Like, this is going to be a release of the year candidate. Now let me get everything back in here without damaging anything. Always the toughest part of doing this. Oh, it all went in nicely. Fantastic. Here we are. Possession, Andrei Zulawski's masterpiece. Just an incredible movie starring Isabella Adjani, and one of the greatest performances you'll ever see, I'll ever see, anyone will ever see. Truly a masterwork of a film. So that was the big one of the year. That was the one that I was waiting for to get for myself for the holiday season. So let me refresh myself here so that we can dive into what we usually dive into here on Chasing Labels, and that is the announcements or so from the last 2 weeks. And yeah, like I said, not a lot to go over. So this may be a short show. Like I say, typically every time if you're joining me here, I trying to keep things under 4 hours. That seems to be the mark I go for every single time. But I had a little bit of an update here that I wanted to get through, just because, to be honest, you guys are the only people that will care about these things. No one else really in my life kind of understands the importance of all of these movies and all of these releases. So luckily, you guys are here to listen to me talk about them. Let's see. I'm just making sure I have things put in a certain order here, so afterwards I know where everything is. Yeah, I can leave. I'll put this back here. Okay. All right. Okay, I'm about to make sure that that is indeed everything, and I'll adjust things later. So, where was I? Oh yeah. So let me go to my notes. Oh, I do. That's what I wanted to do. So, let's see. Let me go back to where I was before. So, like I said, I do want to talk first and foremost about the Warner Archive release of the Looney Tunes Collector's Vault Volume 2. Actually, let me just whip out Volume 1 again. Hey, there it is. So, let me just read what they got here. So, let me just read what they wrote. Are you ready? Here comes another helping of Looney Tunes Vault rarities. Over 50 classic cartoons, each marking their first as part of a remastered Blu-ray WB cartoon collection, with some unseen in decades from Bugs Bunny's battle with a fussy genie. I gotta zoom in. I can't see anything. With a fussy genie to to Tweety and Sylvester taking on Hitchcock, with side trips starring Conrad Cat, Teenage Tom Thumb, and Angelo the Mighty Flea. This carefully curated collection has it all, representing the studio's first 4 decades. Every Warner cartoon superstar every Warner cartoon superstar is showcased among these 2 discs. The musical 1930s, the wartime 40s, Chuck Jones, Fritz Freleng, and Robert McKimson classics from the 1950s, for even a smattering of Roadrunner gems from the early 1960s. Additional fun from director Bob Clampett, Frank Tashlin, Art Davis, and Norm McCabe, and favorites featuring Foghorn Leghorn, Pepe Le Pew, Speedy Gonzales, the Goofy Gophers, and Charlie Dog. Disc 1 is all never before seen on DVD or Blu-ray in remastered form on a WB cartoon collection. Now I'm not going to read off all of these just because I'd be reading off like 50 of these. So the first disc has 25 all new stuff, and I think the second disc is and then the second disc is first time remastered in HD on a WB cartoon collection. So I'm assuming these have been released before in perhaps DVD or standard definition form, and they are now being released for the first time in HD. So first disc, brand new stuff that's never been released before in HD. Second disc, stuff that's probably been released before in standard definition, but now is being released in HD. So that is the Looney Tunes Collector's Vault Volume 2. This is Volume 1, just in case if you want to get a sense of what Volume 2 is going to look like. It's different cover art. This is green. That one's going to be blue. It's going to have a 2 on it. Different cartoon characters on the front, etc., etc. 2 discs similar to this. But that is, let me see when this is actually coming, because I actually want to get it. So I have to see when it's coming. Let's see. Oh, it doesn't say. It just says coming to Blu-ray. It just doesn't say when. I'm assuming sometime this year. I want to say March. I feel like March is that time. Let me go over to Blu-ray.com and see if they have a date for this. They may or may not. There's Volume 2. Nope, that's not what I'm looking for. Oh, March 24th. I was right. I did. What a guess. What a guess. March 24th, 2026 is Looney Tunes Collector's Vault Volume 2. Let's see. Now let me look at my notes again. I didn't have time to pull up anything. So let me talk about. Oh, I have it up right now. Faster Pussycat Kill Kill. Now, this is a Russ Meyer film. This is probably one of Russ Meyer's most known films, in my opinion. And this movie got a Blu-ray release back in 2015 from RM Films International. They are re-releasing that same exact disc again this year, coming April 7th. So it is the same exact disc that's been around for now over a decade, and is the movie Faster Pussycat Kill Kill. For those of you who've never seen this movie, it is Russ Meyer's iconic 1966 film Faster Pussycat Kill Kill, has been digitally restored by the Russ Meyer Trust and is being offered in a trade-wide high-definition Blu-ray, featuring masterful photography in unique one and only style of the often imitated King of the Drive-In, a tough threesome of go-go dancers embark on a wild, crazy, and deadly journey of violence. It's the timeless story of a new breed of buxom superwomen, belted, buckled, and booted as only Russ Meyer could bring you. So, this movie is a kind of follow-up to what was it, Motorcycle? What's the other Russ Meyer film? It is Motorcycle. Yeah, so he did a movie called Motorcycle, which is about these three motorcyclists, crazy badass dudes. And he was like, and it was such a big hit that he was like, "Hey, I want to do it again, but this time instead of men, it's going to be women." And that's how we get Faster Pussycat Kill Kill. To be honest, I've heard way more people talk about Faster Pussycat Kill Kill than uh, Motorcycle. So, and for those of you who also don't know, this past year, which 2025, there was a lot of Russ Meyer films released not only on Blu-ray but also on 4K from Severin Films. And Severin Films got their hands on a lot of Russ Meyer stuff, including Motorcycle, including the movie Up, was it Super Vixen, Vixen, and a couple of other ones. And they put them out in 4K, so you can buy them from their website or online or whatever. They're available now. So the fact that they weren't able to get Faster Pussycat Kill Kill is unfortunate, because that's kind of the one I would have bought amongst all of those other releases after having watched it, especially. So the movie it's interesting. For example, I thought it was going to be way more exploitative. I was expecting way more exploitation than I got, just from seeing some other Russ Meyer films and from the reputation alone. But that was not the case. Faster Pussycat Kill Kill is about these three violent, angry, go-go dancing, women with muscle cars. And the plot is as such is they go to this isolated farmhouse, like out in the middle of the desert area, and because they hear that the person who owns the farm has come into some money due to a train car accident years ago. So he's come into some money, but he's never used it. So he's just sitting on all of this money, and he's got two sons who are in line to inherit this money. So they decide they're going to go there, seduce the sons, and therefore eventually end up with the money. That's their idea. But of course, it's a lot more complicated than that, which the movie depicts. Now, this movie's been very influential on a lot of filmmakers, specifically Quentin Tarantino. If you've ever seen the movie Death Proof, he took this concept from Death Proof, and he took this concept from Faster Pussycat Kill Kill and incorporated it heavily into Death Proof. And it's very obvious. If you ever hear Quentin Tarantino call another filmmaker or another movie like just a remake or a hack or stealing stuff from other movies, just know that that's kind of what he did throughout his entire career. Literally, Quentin Tarantino does not have a career without the influence of these previous movies that he loves so much. It's kind of funny every time I hear him like make fun of other movies or bash other movies for just taking stuff from other movies. It's like you've done the same thing. It's kind of nuts. But anywho, Faster Pussycat Kill Kill, the Russ Meyer film, is getting essentially a Blu-ray re-release of the same disc from 2015. Just in, I think, a more wider release. I think it was exclusive to maybe just Diabolic DVD or something like that. It was a relatively limited way in which you could get the disc. I mean, but now it's going to be more standard. You know, not worldwide, but a larger release of it. So I don't think it had any special features. Let me go check the previous edition. Actually, I don't think it had anything. Yeah, no special features, which is kind of a shame. It really is kind of a shame. But as long as you get the movie and it looks good, I guess that's the most important part. So that's Faster Pussycat Kill Kill, a movie I've been wanting in my collection for a long time. Like I said, the Blu-ray's been available, but I was kind of hoping we would get perhaps a more deluxe edition by this point, but I guess not. We're just kind of getting the same one or same one again. Now let me look at an individual release called A Little Prayer. This is a movie I think from 2024, and I didn't get to see the movie, but I wanted to mention it because it's put out by Music Box Films, which I've heard about, which we've talked about before. And it's a movie that stars Jane Levy, David Strathairn, Will Pullen, Dasha Polanco's in the film as well. And let me see if I can get here's the synopsis of it. So, Bill, portrayed by David Strathairn, is a pillar of his southern community, a business owner, a veteran, and the proud patriarch of an unruly but loving family. His daughter, Patty, portrayed by Anna Camp, has returned home after the collapse of her marriage, while his son, David, Will Pullen, struggles to stay afloat. He has brought David into the family business, but harbors doubts about his discipline and commitment. Bill gravitates towards Tammy, portrayed by Jane Levy, his daughter-in-law, and the only other person in his rambunctious household who values contemplation and repose. When Bill begins to suspect that David may be straying from his marital vows with a co-worker, the father must confront the perplexing inscrutability of his son's choices and their consequences for the rest of the family. So I do like a good family drama. There's a lot of really, really good family dramas over the years. A lot of them are based on stage plays. I'm thinking of what's the movie with the movie based on the Tracy Letts play. Let me look up Tracy Letts. It's crazy. It was just in my head and I completely lost it. Let's see. Tracy Letts. They're gonna give me his acting credits first, which not helpful because I don't think he was in the movie based on his own play. See if I can get writer. Yes. August Osage County. That's the movie. So August Osage County, which was a movie adaptation of the play of the same name, very much a familial drama. And I like the familial dramas. This kind of reminds me of that. So that's why I thought it was a little apropos to bring it up. The movie is called A Little Prayer. I don't see anything in terms of special features on here. When is this actually coming out? January 27th. Oh, so it's coming out in 20 days. Like I said, probably an under the radar indie movie release from 2024 or 2023 rather. Let's see, what else do we have here? So let's go to Kino. Why not? Let's go to Kino. Let me go over to their Facebook page and pull out some of their release announcements. And like I said, not a lot going on. After this, I'm going to talk about Filmmasters, and then Hammer has an announcement. Hammer had a big year in 2025, and I heard that they're going to have a big year in 2026 as well. They're going to town over there. I don't know what they're doing, but they're whipping out a lot of stuff. So let me go. Like I said, Kino going down. Is this the release? Yes. So the movie's called Unearthly Stranger. I don't know anything about it. Let's see, Unearthly Stranger. Let me go look up the directed by John Krish. Sorry. Let me go look up the synopsis. Luckily, I have IMDb up because I was just looking at Tracy Letts. So let's see if we can. So it's a movie from 1963. It says, Mysterious woman marries government scientist Davidson despite his lack of knowledge about her past. His bosses are suspicious of her usual traits. After it's clear she does love Davidson, the pair come under attack. That's a really oddly worded synopsis. Anywho, it says horror mystery sci-fi from 1963. It's called Unearthly Stranger. And it just says coming soon on Blu-ray, no details whatsoever. A movie that's coming soon on 4K UHD from brand new 4K Master is The Seduction from 1982. Now let me look this one up as well, because once again, they do not provide a synopsis. Let's see. There it is. So, The Seduction. A popular anchorwoman, Jamie Douglas, is stalked by a photographer who's obsessed with her and wants to win her affections at any cost. Oh, so like a stalker movie. Yeah, a stalker movie. Okay, who directed this? David Schmoller. Why does that name sound familiar? I don't know why. I was looking up his IMDb. It's a lot of stuff. Did he direct Puppet Master? He did direct Puppet Master. The straight to video movie from 1989. That's why. A lot of B movie stuff here. A lot of B movie stuff. Anywho, let me move on. So, moving on, scrolling up. Ah, this one's important actually. So, I believe I mentioned before, we covered it before that Kino is putting out the Pink Panther movies on Blu-ray and 4K because they picked up the rights, and they're coming out next week. Okay, I was wondering that. So their so their crop 1, 2, 3, 4. So 4 Pink Panther movies are coming out from Kino on January 13th in 4K and on Blu-ray. But the one that was missing from their announcements was The Return of the Pink Panther, which is the most well-known, or at least it's my favorite. At least it's my favorite. I'm only going based off of my perspective. It is my favorite of the Pink Panther movies. This movie from 1975. I think it's the funniest of them all, to be quite honest. And this movie has always been released separately from the other Pink Panther Peter Sellers films. The reason being is I believe it was produced and distributed by a different company. So a different company owns the rights. So anytime you would buy a DVD set of the Pink Panther Peter Sellers movies, you'd have to buy The Return of the Pink Panther separately on DVD. That was the way it was for me. But I think the way Shout Factory did it, they were able to get all of them and put them out all in one edition. So I'm surprised Kino wasn't able to do that as well. Simply because that would have made things so much easier. But their edition of The Return of the Pink Panther is coming out March 3rd on 4K UHD. It's a 2-disc set. The first disc, which is the 4K UHD version of the movie, has an audio commentary by Jason Simos of the Peter Sellers Appreciation Society. It's got a brand new HDR Dolby Vision Master from a 4K scan of the 35mm original camera negative. Disc 2, which is the Blu-ray disc. Brand new HD master of the movie, like I just said. Audio commentary, like I just said. A bit of passion and lots of laughs with Catherine Schell, which is a featurette. Production designer Peter Mullins on the making of the Pink Panthers featurette. Excuse me, The Return to Laughter, 1975 featurette. Let's see, 3 theatrical trailers, 4 TV spots, 4 radio spots. And it says limited edition, reversible art, and O-card slipcase. So I'm glad that I looked this up because I knew they were coming out in January, and then I knew this one was coming out later on. So I'm glad that they announced this now. So it gives me a chance to adjust my budget and adjust my buying schedule accordingly. Let's see. that is hold on, where was I? Oh, that is The Return of the Pink Panther, coming out on March 3rd on 4K UHD. And then after that, we have this movie called Le Choc, or also known as Shock, starring Alain Delon and Catherine Deneuve. Let me look up the premise of this. This is from 1982. Interesting. Hmm. Oh, there it is. So it says an assassin tries to retire against his boss's will. We've seen that premise before. So I'm assuming the assassin is Alain Delon, and I'm guessing he wants to retire, but he can't retire because once you're in, you're in. They don't let you out. They do not let you out. Um, yeah, the shock or shock is the English translation. So Alain Delon, Catherine Deneuve. Let's see, what do we have after that? Oh, the Nutty Professor. Okay, so the Nutty Professor has gotten a couple of releases in HD in the past. Let me look them all up. So this is the Nutty Professor starring Eddie Murphy. It is not the one from 1963 starring Jerry Lewis. And this movie has gotten a couple of releases in the past. Let's see, when did the first one come out? So the first one came out in 2012, just the regular Blu-ray from Universal. It got re-released a bunch of times. Like that same disc got re-released, I think in 2015, got re-released in 2016. Same disc, virtually same cover art, really. Then it got a collector's edition release from Shout Factory in 2019, and I believe it came with Nutty Professor 2: The Clumps. I think that was the first time The Clumps was available on Blu-ray. I think it's the only way you can get The Clumps available on Blu-ray is through this collection. I mean, yeah, I'm pretty sure. And that came, like I said, that came out in 2019. And then I think they also came out with it. Let's see, itself. I thought it came out separately as a collector's edition. Let me see. Let's see. It came out. Yeah. So okay. So it only came out as a collector's edition in that collection. Okay. So it didn't come. For some reason, I thought it came out individually from Shout Factory as well as in the two film collection from Shout Factory. It did not. But now it is getting a 4K UHD release from Kino. So you've got the regular Blu-ray, which got released a bunch of times. You got the Blu-ray release from Shout Factory, and now you've got the 4K release from Kino. So plenty of versions of this movie to go around. Now we don't have any details about it yet. It just says coming soon on 4K UHD, brand new HDR/Dolby Vision Master. It's the Nutty Professor from 1996. If you're a fan of this movie, if you grew up watching this movie, if you, like myself, chances are you have it in your collection already in some way, shape, or form. DVD, Blu-ray, VHS. It's been around. It's been around. Starring Eddie Murphy, Jada Pinkett Smith, Dave Chappelle's in the movie in one instance. Larry Miller's in the film. Uh, yeah, it's the movie where Eddie Murphy did multiple roles. He plays Professor Sherman Klump, who's developing this serum in order to make himself skinny, and things go awry. It's a remake of the 1963 movie starring Jerry Lewis. It's something very much near and dear to my childhood. I watched this is another one. This and Happy Gilmore, which I just showed off, which it's next to me, which I watched so many times as a kid, so many times. There was a healthy dose of comedy movies if you grew up as a kid in the 90s that you just ingested constantly. Specifically, certain names: Eddie Murphy, Jim Carrey, Adam Sandler. Those were kind of three of the biggest, really, at the time. Yeah, those are the three big ones. Three really, really big ones. Let's see. I think that's actually it. Um, Oh, they did. Okay, so they did announce a couple of hours ago the details for The Prisoner of Zenda from 1979. This is the one starring Peter Sellers, which I talked about last time. So not much to talk about here. It's coming out March 3rd on Blu-ray. New audio commentary by film historians Paul Anthony Nelson and Lee Zachariah, and that's it in terms of special features. And so that's the only update on that. And yeah, interesting. So that is, I believe, it from Kino. Oh, they are coming out with a box set. Hold on. This was actually new as of several hours ago as well. There's a trailer here for a new upcoming box set coming March 31st called Malfeasance, 4 films by Yves Boisset. Boisset. Yeah, I'm just looking at the trailer right now. Nothing nothing important to you guys who are listening or watching me watch it. So, let's see. We do have some comments here that I wanted to get to. Let's see, scrolling. Oh yeah, Acres of Movies. Acres of Movies says, "Hello and thanks from Stacy. Favorite tank girl scenes." I haven't. Um, that's a tough. That's tough. I like the whole movie actually, as a whole. I know that's such a cop out. Such a cop. Any movie, any scene with Lori Petty in it. She's in the whole movie. What 80s to 2000s thriller do you want for a special edition soon? Oh, I don't know if it's a thriller, but there are definitely certain 2000s movies that have not been released yet. Um, one that I'm gonna grab it off my shelf. Why not? I have time. If I can find it, there it is. Yes, you- I always bring this movie up, and I don't know why it doesn't have a release yet, or at least I don't think so. Let me actually, while I'm on Blu-ray.com, and I don't um make myself look foolish any more than I already am. Let me see if so there is a Blu-ray release of this, just not in the US or UK area, or even Australia for that matter. Which is that's kind of the most surprising part is it's this movie called Four Feathers, starring Heath Ledger, Wes Bentley, and Kate Hudson. I've always liked this movie. It is a remake, I believe, of a 1939 film that was put out by um Criterion. And at least I think it's a remake. I believe it's a remake. Anywho, 2002, Heath Ledger, and this DVD was put out by Paramount. So Paramount has had a couple of distribution deals with Kino, which we've seen a bunch. We're still seeing actually. I'm pretty sure. No, this is Universal. I thought for some reason I thought Happy Gilmore was Paramount. It's not. But I'm trying to see if I had any other Kino Paramount releases. Let's see. Oh, here we go. Right here. Target. This is the movie Target with Gene Hackman and Matt Dillon. I've talked about this movie a bunch of times. This is part of the Paramount deal with Kino. So they've had a deal with Kino. They've had a deal with probably Criterion. They've had a deal with Indicator for years. So I've always been wondering why this movie, The Four Feathers, has not gotten a Blu-ray release yet. At all, at least in the US. It's gotten, I think one in Germany back in 2011, and it's gotten one in, is that France? Maybe France. Hold on, I gotta put in the right one. So Germany, Italy. Don't know what country that is. Is that Russia? Huh. I'm trying to go based off of the flags. Trying to guess based off of the flags. They really got to start putting. Oh, that doesn't help. Language does not help. Let's see. Yeah, it is Russia. Okay. So the German, Italian, and Russian Blu-rays of this movie. But like I said, nothing in the US, nothing in the UK, nothing in Australia, nothing anywhere else. And it's I've always liked this movie, The Four Feathers. It is a Miramax release. Maybe that's why it's taken so long for it to get a Blu-ray release, because the Miramax um The Miramax catalog has been kind of all over the place over the years, but Paramount now owns the Miramax titles, a good abundance of them. They own the Miramax titles, so this may come eventually. So next year will be the 25th year anniversary of this movie. Perhaps we'll get it then. I would love to get it now. But like I said, it's Heath Ledger, one of the most beloved actors of our time. Um, just a regular old DVD with a DVD insert that I still have. Scene selections. Man, this is a throwback release. This probably came out in 2002. this DVD, but I've had this for years. I bought it for $4 used. $4 used DVD. So yeah, that's definitely one that I would love. Um, so Acres of Movies also has. Have you seen Cranty? I have not. Acres of Movies says, do a commentary for While You Were Sleeping with Sandra Bullock or a commentary for Waiting to Exhale with Angela Bassett. While You Were Sleeping. While You Were Sleeping. I really like that movie. Let's see. Um, let's see. Acres of Movies also says, if you were animated movie, what studio or animation filmmaker would you want to make that? Miyazaki? Well, it's crazy that you mentioned Miyazaki because I believe it's Miyazaki's birthday. Because I saw some social media posts earlier today that it is indeed Miyazaki's birthday. I think let me see, how old is Miyazaki? I have to do the math, don't I? Of course, they don't have his birthday here on IMDb. That would make things just way too easy, way too easy. So I've got to go someplace else to find it. But Studio Ghibli that would be ideal because it has some of the most beautiful animation you've ever seen. Beautiful. Typically, Miyazaki's hand-drawn animation is such a lost art. It really is. Nobody really hands draw animation anymore. It's all done. It's been done by computers pretty much since the 90s. So Miyazaki is 85. He's 85 today. So happy birthday, Hayao Miyazaki. I mean, if I had known that, I would have got all my Hayao Miyazaki films off my shelf. I've got a lot of them. I've got a lot of them, but definitely Studio Ghibli. Definitely Studio Ghibli. Let's see. Acres of Movie says, going on dark ride for Biodome or Fast Times at Ridgemont High? A Biodome. Biodome would be a scarier ride just because, like, you can make it scarier. Biodome is like you could have like plant life come to life. It would be like little shop of horrors or something like that. Let's see. Would you like a Fast Times at Ridgemont High legacy sequel? Interesting. Spicoli as principal or superintendent, and Forrest Whitaker as a football coach. That's a nice casting. That's some really nice casting. Acres of Movies. I like that idea. I don't know if they would ever do it because I don't know if the actors would want to. Yeah, if you could get and if you could work. Let's see. If you could work the main actress back in somehow, maybe she's got a daughter who goes there. Maybe because if it's a legacy sequel, I think you have to have maybe a granddaughter at this point. Now that I think about it, because the movie is quite old. I think the Criterion Blu-ray may be getting a 4K upgrade. Don't quote me on that. I feel like it's time for that to happen. So yeah, Jennifer Jason Leigh, Judge Reinhold, Sean Penn, Phoebe Cates. If you can get all of them back in it, that'd be kind of great. But I'm assuming it would be Jennifer Jason Leigh's granddaughter would be in it. Would be maybe the main character in it, and you could get the legacy characters, and like you said, Sean Penn Spicoli as the principal, which is the nuts to me. Um, I'm curious what Judge Reinhold's character is going to be because at the end of that movie, his character's kind of like he's kind of just stuck in life, really stuck in life. Um, a streaming series because I was thinking something like a streaming series of that maybe. That would be interesting. I know this is not the same thing, even remotely close. Remember a couple of years ago, they tried to revive Saved by the Bell as a streaming series, and in which they brought back, the characters and whatnot, and they were something to do with the high school and whatnot. I didn't watch it, but I know they brought back the actors for it. Something like that. Similarly, let's see. Acres of Movie says, as a woman, I really like Cops and Robbers. Great strong Cops and Robbers Sons. Great strong scenes for Diane Wiest. And as a woman, I always like the part where naked cop runs into women's bedroom, funny shower misunderstanding sequence. Yeah, those physical comedy sequences are always interesting. They're always kind of their time. I mean, there's that. I mean, this is even older than that. North by Northwest, where Cary Grant is running away because he's being chased, and he ends up running into this woman's like hotel room or something, and and she like her tone immediately shifts when she realizes it's Cary Grant or someone as handsome as Cary Grant, as opposed to, hey, there's this stranger man running into my hotel room. Maybe, this is a scary situation. Initially, she's scared, but then she realizes he's handsome, so she completely changes her tone. Like, where are you going? um, what comedy are you most excited for to get a special edition? Oh man, what I haven't even looked at this year's slate yet. I'm still stuck in 2025. Um, this I'm just looking at my comedy section now. I mean, we finally got The Mask getting a special edition, which was a much needed upgrade. Let's see some stuff that I have on DVD, but I don't think a lot of those are gonna get deluxe re-releases anytime soon. I'm kind of surprised Scary Movie hasn't yet, because I know they're gonna be doing another Scary Movie. That movie was such a cultural touchstone at the time, in the sense, like, bringing back the parodies of popular movies. Scary Movie was kind of the first one to bring that whole subgenre back, and I would like to see that get a nice little retrospect, because I think that movie came out in, what, 2000? So it's been now over 25 years, and I would like to see a retrospective, maybe interview with, the Wayans brothers and them, their ideas about the franchise and where they wanted to go and all that kind of stuff. I know it got taken away from them, but I know that they were very, very much there on the forefront of that. Let's see. Acres of Movies says, any answers you have, I'm very thankful for. I love your programs very much. Thanks from Stacy. Well, you're welcome. Thank you for watching. Thank you for listening. We take all of the we appreciate all of the support in any way, shape, or form. Whether it's new support, repeated support, it doesn't. When you're doing this for as long as we have here on Chasing Labels, I think any support is very appreciated. Let's see. Acres of Movies says, Memoirs of an Invisible Man. I want a discussion and commentary is underrated. Now that's an interesting movie, because I believe that's the John Carpenter film starring Chevy Chase, and I think Chevy Chase was the producer on that film. If I'm getting the movie correctly, there's a whole big discussion now about Chevy Chase, because there is this documentary that just came out, put out by CNN, and so people are now just talking about Chevy Chase and whatnot. Yeah, that's John Carpenter, the Chevy Chase, starring Chevy Chase. He was a producer on the movie as well. Sam Neill is in it. Daryl Hannah is in it. Michael McKean is in it. All kinds of stuff. That would be an interesting. No one's talked about that movie. It came out in 1992. 25 years will be next year. John Carpenter is still around. He's talked about the movie. He's talked about how much he hated working on the movie, and how that movie, he almost quit making movies because he hated working on that movie so much. He hated working with Chevy Chase. Chevy Chase, and this has been no secret. There's no secret. He's one of the most difficult actors to work with ever. Just throughout his entire career for the last 50 years. It's not a big surprise. Bill Murray is the same way. Certain actors and actresses have just been that way throughout their entire careers, and it's no secret who they are. It really isn't. So lately, when coming out with all of these things about Chevy Chase and how, you know, how difficult he was to work with and all this kind of stuff, I'm like, yeah, it's been known. It's been known. Let's see. So that would be interesting. I don't know if that would come out. Memoirs of an Invisible Man, like a special edition of that. If anyone were to do it or get their hands on it, it would probably be Kino. I feel like Kino, it'd be a Kino release, and to be honest, they probably only have a commentary on it. So I guess that's what you want. So, but I wouldn't see, like, I wouldn't. I wouldn't bank on getting a new interview with John Carpenter on the movie, or even Chevy Chase. I mean, I was surprised because Chevy Chase came to my local comic book convention. I was shocked to see him doing like Comic Con, like circuits and stuff, like going and having to like interact with people. I don't feel like that. I never felt like that was his thing. Like having to take pictures, having to sign autographs, having to chit chat with people, having to sign memorabilia, having to sign Blu-rays and DVDs. I never felt like that would be something Chevy Chase would do. And I believe, yeah, he came. He came to my local Comic Con back in November. Acres of Movie says, I like Cocoon 3 where Steve Gutenberg is back trying to get cured in the waters. What is Steve Gutenberg up to these days? I see him sometimes on HBO shows in like small character roles. That's what I see him doing. Acres of Movie says, sibling rivalry, Kirstie Alley was snubbed for an Oscar nomination for that one. Carl Reiner really swung for the fence with that one. Sam Elliott, Jamie Gertz, Carrie Fisher, Bill Pullman. Now that's a cast. I want to see more Carl Reiner films. Reiner films get Blu-rays and 4K releases in general. I highly recommend that one and really advocate for it to get a special edition. That is from Acres of Movies as well. I'm right with you. I'm right with you. Let's see. So let me go back to my notes here. So let's move on from Kino to Film Masters. Now, where am I going to go to get all of this info on Film Masters? Because it's not. Let's see if I go to their website. Maybe they got them there. If they don't, I'm going to have to scroll like crazy down our friend Brian Verrill's Facebook page, the Disconnected. Let's see, they've got. Okay, I'm probably gonna have to do that because I went to their website and it's all separated into different categories and stuff like that. But I'm looking for just a crop of their recent announcements, and I know it's not available on their Facebook page because they don't really update that much. So I'm gonna have to go to the Disconnected Facebook page, scroll down to where Film Masters was, and this was in late December. So please excuse me for a moment while I vamp about complete and utter nonsense. In order to save time and for there not to be dead space, I will. But this does give me the opportunity to say this. There's currently, I believe, now. I want to say now until like early February. There are two sales going on both at Barnes and Noble, and they're both 50% off sales for Arrow releases, Arrow titles, Arrow video titles, and for indicator titles as well. So if you have any money left over from the holidays, or if there have been Arrow titles or indicator titles that you've been wanting to get and haven't gotten them yet, like myself, they're currently 50% off on Barnes & Noble. You can go to their website, you can go to their store if you have one of their locations near you, and you can check and see what they have. Now, obviously, those will be probably limited to just their US releases and not their UK releases. So you'll have to, go and do some digging, go and do some browsing. That's probably what I'm also going to do after the show as well, just so I can see what's going on. I also think that Amazon is price matching those titles as well. At least from what I've seen, they're price matching the Arrow video titles. Amazon does that. Every time Barnes and Noble is having their Criterion sale or they're having their the Criterion sale, they price match those titles. It's not typically everything, but it's most of it. Let me see how I may have passed it. Did I pass it already? No, I did not. Like I said, I'm scrolling way back to late December, which doesn't seem that long ago, but a lot of things happen between then and now. And it doesn't help that every time I'm streaming, my computer moves so agonizingly slow. Agonizingly slow. And I know it's a computer from 2018, so it probably needs to be upgraded, but Apple is not the cheapest company to buy stuff from. It's a premium product at a premium price. Speaking of Speaking of which, we'll be talking about Vinegar Syndrome later on, so please stay tuned for that. But I did find what I was looking for. I just got to scroll down to the very beginning of all of these Film Masters titles. Here we go. So, first up on the docket, we've got coming March 3rd on Blu-ray in the US from Film Masters. It's called the Monster Mayhem Collection. This set will include 2 press discs. So it is 4 movies on 2 discs. Frankenstein's Daughter, Giant from the Unknown, Brain from Planet Arus, and Monster from Green Hell come together to create Monster Mayhem in HD. Uh, I don't think these are coming with any special features. Oh, wait, hold on. This is. It says bonus materials: Frankenstein's Daughter full length commentary by Tom Weaver, The Giant from Unknown full length commentary by Tom Weaver as well, The Giant from the Unknown archival full length commentary by Gary Crutcher, the Brain from Planet Arus full length commentary by Tom Weaver and guests, Monster from Green Hell full length commentary from Stephen Bissett, special production Richard E. Cunha filmmaker, special production Missouri born films of Jim Davis. The special production is a special production The Man Before the Brain, director Nathan Jurin, and original Ballyhoo Motion Pictures production. And it says special production The Man Behind the Brain, The World of Nathan Jurin, and original Ballyhoo Motion Pictures production. They put that on here twice. No, that's 2 different things. 2 different things. Anywho, that is the Monster Mayhem collection from Film Masters. Next is a movie called The Black Six. So coming soon on Blu-ray from Film Masters as part of their limited edition collection, The Black Six from 1973. Limited edition releases are clear cases with a double-sided wrap packaged with a slipcover and include a full-color inserted booklet with an essay as well as a commentary. So the synopsis is a black high school student is caught dating a white girl by the girl's brother. He and his biker gang beat the boy to death. The boy's brother, who is a member of the black biker gang, hears about it and comes to town to avenge his brother's death. There's a commentary by Robert Kelly and Daniel Budnick. Seems like a racially charged film from the 1970s. So that is The Black Six. Next, we've got a movie starring Shirley Temple. And this is... let's see, The Little Princess from 1939, coming in March on Blu-ray and DVD in the US from Film Masters as part of their archive collection, The Little Princess from 1939. A little girl goes in search of her father, who is reported missing by the military during the second Boer War. Wow, okay. The Boer War, you don't see very many movies about the Boer War, I can tell you that. Ironically, I'm pretty sure The Four Feathers takes place during the Boer War, coincidentally. Wow, amazing. What a coinkydink. The release will be from a new film scan, 2K or 4K, not sure yet. There will not be special features, but it will be closed captioned. Now, some of these releases have already been released before, and in better editions. And there's one here I do want to make note of. Let's see. Yeah, when I get to it, I'll get to it. I was just looking up The Little Princess. It's not been released before. So next up here, we have a Gregory Peck starring film called The Snows of Kilimanjaro. Coming on March on Blu-ray and DVD in the US from Film Masters as part of their archive collection is The Snows of Kilimanjaro from 1952, with writer Harry Street reflects on his life as he lays dying from an infection while on safari in the shadow of Mount Kilimanjaro. This release will be from a 2K or 4K scan, no special features. And I don't think this has been released before. Let me see, The Snows of Kilimanjaro. I looked this up and I don't think so. It's been released in Germany. I think it's been released in France, and it's been released in Spain, and it's been released in Sweden. I think that's the Swedish flag. Anywho, but it hasn't been released here before. Oh no, it has not been released here before. I thought it had, but no, it's a different movie. So that is The Snows of Kilimanjaro, starring Gregory Peck, Suzanne Ward, and Ava Gardner. Next is a movie that has been released before. This is the one. Okay. It's Our Town. So Our Town is based on the famous play of the same name called Our Town from the 1930s. This movie is an adaptation that came out in 1940. And let's see, this is getting an archive collection as well on Blu-ray and DVD. Change comes slowly to a small New Hampshire town in the early 20th century. We see birth, life, and death in this small community. The release will be from a new scan, maybe 2K or 4K. There will not be special features, but it will be closed captioned. So this movie has gotten a Blu-ray release already from Classic Flicks a couple of years ago with a new like remaster and all this good and special features. So if you want to see the 1940 adaptation of Our Town, it got a Blu-ray release in 2023 from Classic Flicks with a new restoration, I believe from yeah, 35 millimeter master positive print. No, 35 millimeter fine grain element with a 35 millimeter master positive print used for a missing reel. Um, and I think the 35 millimeter fine grain print was from the Library of Congress. That's where that was from, and it was restored, and it desperately needed it. So this movie is available to watch currently in public domain form, and it looks atrocious. It is one of the worst looking public domain edi- uh, no, editions you'll ever see. Honestly it's unwatchable in public domain. It just you can't like make anything out. The detail is so it's pixelated. It's got damage all over it. You can't make out. You can barely make out people's faces. It's like that level of low resolution. So this movie needed desperately a restoration, and it looks like it got it, and it was released on Blu-ray back in 2023. So a better version of this movie is out there. You don't have to settle for the public domain version you can find online somewhere. And it does have special features. This Classic Flicks release has an audio commentary, it's got an interview, it's got a Playhouse video radio version, it's got a Lux Radio Theater version, and it's got a restoration comparison. And it's still in print. It's still in print, so you can find it. Um, yeah, you can still get it. You can still get it, and you won't have to get this version from Film Masters, which I'm guessing they are not going to have access to that restoration. My guess is they're going to be putting an older public domain version on this release. That seems to be my guess because I don't know if they've got the budget to get their hands on that new restoration. So if you really like this movie, Our Town from 1940, get the Classic Flicks Blu-ray. That would be my recommendation. Next movie here is The Dancing Pirate, which is getting an archive collection release from Film Masters as well. This movie came out in 1936, kind of a B movie, if you will. Jonathan Pride is a mild-mannered dance instructor in 1820 Boston. En route to visit relatives, Jonathan is captured by a band of zany pirates and forced to work as a galley boy. When the pirate vessel arrives at the port of Las Palamas, Jonathan, clad in buccaneer's garb, makes his escape. Everyone in Las Palamas, including the governor Al what's that Al Alcalde, who is portrayed by Frank Morgan, and fetching Senorita Serafina, assumes that Jonathan is a pirate chieftain, leading to a series of typical comic opera complications. And so a wrong man scenario kind of ensues. They think he's a pirate coming to invade their town, so they like capture him and are going to execute him. But come to find out, he can teach them how to dance. So they're going to have him teach him how to dance instead, and he starts a romantic relationship with this woman, but she already has a male suitor who's after her, so he's got to compete against him. It's one of those types of movies. But Frank Morgan is in it. Frank Morgan played, oh god, wasn't Frank Morgan the wizard in The Wizard of Oz? I think that's Frank Morgan. Anywho, uh, yeah, it's an interesting kind of zany movie. Next is The North Star. Now, this is a movie I'd seen years ago. Let's see, the premise is thus: a Ukrainian village must suddenly contend with the Nazi invasion of June 1941, later re edited and released as Armored Attack. This is yet again going to be released in 2K or 4K, no special features. I want to see if this has been released before. I don't think it has. Oh, it has been. So okay, so this movie's been released already. This movie was released in 2024 by Kino. Yeah, it was released. That's maybe that's why I watched it. Okay, that's why I watched it. That makes a lot more sense now. So this was released in 2024 by Kino, and I don't even remember what it had on it. Let me check the news. Yeah, okay, so it had a new 4K restoration of both cuts of the movie. So you got a new 4K restoration of when it was titled The North Star, and then you had a new 4K restoration when it was titled Armored Attack. And then it had an audio commentary, two audio commentaries, one by Adrian Martin, our friend Adrian Martin, and then another one on the Armored Attack version by Steve Mitchell and Combat Films American Realism author Stephen J. Rubin. And yeah, so that's a much better release than what this one's going to be. So yeah, if you want to get the North Star, directed by Louis Milestone, underrated director by the way, starring Ann Baxter, Dana Andrews, Walter Houston, Walter Brennan, and Ann Harding. Uh, buy the Kino release. Yeah, buy the Kino release. Don't buy the Film Masters release because it's not going to have any special features, and I doubt it's going to have the 4K restorations of both cuts of the movie. And then next we've got the movie to end all movies, Reefer Madness, 1936. Here we go. So Reefer Madness is notorious for being terrible, and it is. Not only is it's been parodied, it's been referenced. It's a cultural, historical, interesting piece of a movie. This is the anti-drug movie of the 1930s. Um, so in 1936, they decided to make an anti-drug movie that to keep kids away from drugs, keep them away from marijuana, keep them away from alcohol, keep them away from all kinds of stuff. And it's so over the top it's over the top and ridiculous that it's became a parody of itself. It was brought back into like the 60s, the counterculture of the 60s and 70s as a satire, really was. And to this day it's considered kind of like a satire. Like I said, it's been parodied over so many times over the years, and it's it's interesting just as a cultural film because it also created this cultural um misrepresentation of marijuana, this cultural misrepresentation of the harmful ways of marijuana. And I'm not gonna go through down a whole rant here, but I'll just say this. I think marijuana, weed, whatever you want to call it, is one of the most misunderstood, I think, drugs of the 20th and 21st century, considering that it is much less harmful than the culture seems to think it is, specifically in terms of its positive attributes. It is used for medicinal reasons. It is used recreationally, and it is a lot less harmful than I would say some things that are more widely used. For example, I think alcohol and cigarettes are a much more negative consumption element than marijuana is. Keep in mind, I don't even use the stuff. I don't even use any of that. But I'm just saying, you know, when something can give you cancer and something is used by cancer patients to help them battle cancer, it's pretty definitive to me. you know, you know what I'm saying? Cigarettes give you cancer, alcohol gives you cancer, alcohol leads to um all kinds of bad things happening, cigarettes as well. I mean, when one does that and the other doesn't, it's kind of obvious. Reason tends to take over. But not to get a hold down a diatribe, but just say Reefer Madness is the thing that kind of launched this idea of the war on drugs that would come later on in the 1960s and 70s. and the Richard Nixon administration was really started that whole idea of the war on drugs in the late 1960s. It's fascinating culturally. But anywho, Reefer Madness has been available widely before. It's been available in the public domain. It's been available on DVD. It's been available on Blu-ray. You can watch it right now online. Kino has put it out as part of their what's that sub-label thing they have, like Forbidden Fruit, the golden age of exploitation picture. So they've been doing a lot of those kind of like exploitative movies on Blu-ray for years. Reefer Madness is paired up with the movie Sex Madness as well. Uh, so it's been available for years, like I said. So it's no small thing, but it just looks like Film Masters is getting their hands on the public domain rights of it all, which that sounds like an oxymoron, because if something's in the public domain, it's there's no real rights to it. Everybody's got a right to it, essentially. So let's move on from there. Um, to the movie called Bombs Over Burma from 1942. Now, this is an important movie because this stars Anime Wong. And anytime I think an Anime Wong film gets a Blu-ray or DVD release, it's important. So the film tells the story of Chinese guerrillas fighting for the Allied cause in Burma during early parts in World War II. Chungking schoolteacher Lin Yang is recruited to help with the dangerous mission of protecting the Allied supply line from Burma into China. In spite of the danger involved, her determination to help is strengthened when one of her young students is killed in a Japanese air raid. Sometime later, she is part of a group of Allied representatives departing from Lashko on a bus traveling the Burma Road back to China. A bridge outage forces them to spend the night in a monastery along the way, and during the night, they watch in horror as the supply convoy of trucks is bombed by Japanese planes. The timing and accuracy of the raid brings them to realize that either one of their group, or perhaps the priest in the monastery, is really an enemy agent. So this takes place, I want to say, late 30s, maybe 1940. I don't think a lot of people know this, but Japan not only got involved in World War II, um, when it broke out in 1939, but it invaded China in the 1930s as well. Japan took a series of significant steps forward in their history in the early 20th century, specifically not only fully industrializing in the 19th century, but starting to make some waves on the international stage in the early 20th century, specifically with the Russo-Japanese War, which they won, which was kind of crazy. And then they decided to invade China in the 1930s, I believe. That's when they took over Manchuria. There's all kinds of things about that and whatnot. But um, of course, there was a resistance in China at the time, and this movie is depicting certain events in that resistance. And like I said, Anime Wong, who was a great Asian actress in the silent era as well as into the talkies, she's in this film, and there's a Kino Anime Wong box set as well that I really gotta get. She was also in the movie Piccadilly, which is also put out by Kino. I think was Kino, or was it Milestone, or was it Milestone via Kino? Anywho, Anime Wong, great actress. If you don't know who she is, check out her work. So that is Bombs Over. Was it Bombs Over Burma? Yeah, Bombs Over Burma from 1942. Then we have The Black Raven. What a cool title. From 1943. One dark and stormy night, an escaped convict, an embezzler, a runaway daughter, her intended and her father, and a gangster take refuge in a remote inn called the Black Raven, after the nickname of a second gangster who owns it, and murder ensues. So you got all of these people taking refuge in this inn called the Black Raven, and murder starts happening. And who's behind it? What's going on? That's the movie. Excuse me. Then we have The Second Woman. So the second woman, in flashback form, a Rebecca-style beginning. Ellen Foster, visiting her aunt on the California coast, meets neighbor Jeff Cohalan and his ultra-modern cliff-top house. Ellen is strongly attracted to Jeff, who's being plagued by unexplainable accidents, major and minor. Bad luck, persecution, or paranoia. Warned that Jeff could be dangerous, Ellen fears that he's in danger as the menacing atmosphere darkens. So she meets this mysterious, I guess you could say mysterious, this handsome, mysterious man who it's got something's going on with him that she can't quite figure out. It reminds me a lot of, like they say, Rebecca, the movie, the Hitchcock film from 1940, which is an excellent movie in my opinion. It's one of his best, one of my favorites of his. It's the adaptation of uh, was it who is it? Nemohier? Hold on. Let's see, Rebecca from 1940. It's starring Laurence Olivier and Joan Fontaine, but I'm gonna say the original author is Daphne du Maurier. Yes, Daphne du Maurier. I see that book at Barnes and Noble every single time I go there. I go there, I browse the literature section, and I always end up on the M's, and they always have copies of Rebecca there from Daphne du Maurier. And I always want to buy it because I always want to read the original book because Alfred Hitchcock, the way he would adapt books, he would basically just take the titles and then do whatever he wanted. He would take some plot elements in there, but he would rework it the way he wanted it. That a lot of directors did that back in the day, not just Alfred Hitchcock, but it's kind of what he did. But I've always loved the performance by Joan Fontaine in the film. I think is masterful. I Laurence Olivier's in. He's one of the greatest actors of all time. There's such a great mystery in it. There's the Mrs. Danvers, played by Judith Anderson, one of the greatest freaking characters in a movie of all time, in my opinion. She's ice cold, ice cold in that movie. Brilliantly well played. Brilliantly well played. There's all kinds of hidden themes in the movie as well, like unrequited love, as well as some homosexual undertones too. Great movie. If you haven't seen Rebecca by Alfred Hitchcock, check it out. You can find it. You can find it. There's a Blu-ray from Criterion that's really, really good. There's a regular Blu-ray as well that came out years prior to that, which I also have. It's been available on DVD as well. There's been other adaptations of Rebecca, including a more recent one, which is not very good actually. So don't watch the more recent adaptations. Check out the Alfred Hitchcock one from 1940. It's good stuff. Really, really good stuff. It was actually his first Hollywood film too. It's not set in the U.S. or set in Hollywood or anything like that, but it's his first Hollywood movie. Won Best Picture. Rebecca won Best Picture in 1940, and he didn't receive credit for it because he wasn't a producer of it back then. I can't remember if directors got producer credits as well. I don't think so. Like, keep in mind, this is going back to the golden age of Hollywood, 1930s, 1940s. I don't think that was typically the case because, yeah, that's why Alfred Hitchcock never got an Oscar, never won an Oscar, because although one of his movies won Best Picture. You wouldn't see that today. This is you wouldn't see that today. Let's see. Let's move on from The Second Woman. Let's see. I think that's it. That's it for Film Masters. That is it. That is it. Now we'll talk about the Hammer release, and then we'll move on to Vinegar Syndrome and their partner labels. We're making good time. We're making good time. Let's see. Hammer. The movie's called Spaceways, which is a cool title, I would say. Let me see what I got for the movie Spaceways. It's getting a 4K release. Looks like it's coming out in March 9th. Looks like a bit of a thick box release. Let's see. So it says Hammer Films has provided a promotional video for the new 4K restoration of Terence Fisher's Spaceways from 1953, starring Howard Duff, Eva Bartok, Alan Wheatley, Philip Lever, and Michael Medwin. The 4K restoration will be made available on 4K Blu-ray in early 2026. Well, now we know the date. It's March. What did I say? March 9th, something like that. Let's see. Description: Howard Duff, famed as the radio Sam Spade, stars as space engineer Stephen Mitchell. Drawn into a deadly conspiracy after a rocket test fails and two people vanish, Eva Bartok and Alan Wheatley add intrigue to this stylish thriller, blending Cold War suspense with shadowy noir. So we got a bit of a Hammer sci-fi horror, atomic age sci-fi. It's very much in my purview. Like I do love atomic age sci-fi. Like I know a lot of them are kind of, cheesy, um not so great special effects B movies from the 1950s. I don't mind that a lot. But some of them are still very good. Like the Day the Earth Stood Still is still holds up pretty damn well. Um, and some other ones do too. Like Forbidden Planet is another great one. Let's see. The 4K restoration highlights every detail, including both UK and US versions, and offers a rare look at an early milestone in Hammer's evolution. Let's see. I thought I could get some. Maybe I can go to Hammer's website and if you Google Hammer, they just give you they just give the tool. Hammer UK, I guess. Yeah, Hammer Films. Let's see. Like, I just want to get some details, see what the special features are. There it is, Spaceways limited edition. Because we talked about Cry of the Banshees last time, which is also coming this year. See, I gotta refer to 2026 as this year, not next year. Okay. So the collector's edition comprises the new commentary with writer, filmmaker, and film programmer Heidi Honeycutt and TV and film critic Sarah Morgan. Excuse me. New commentary with writer, editor David Flint. Two Nations Divided by a Common Genre, writer-producer Wayne Kinsey, and director-producer, actor, writer Ted A. Bohus discuss 1950s sci-fi films and the differences in style between those made in the US and those in the UK. A gallery of stills and publicity material alongside tracks from Evers Slaney's score. Sidebar: Spaceways. Film critic and writer Tim Lucas discusses Spaceways and sci-fi films of the period with artist and film historian Stephen R. Bissett. Okay. Now that's kind of so that's a comprehensive list of what's on there. Yeah, the booklet features new articles by a bunch of people. I won't read them all off. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 articles in the booklet. That's going to be a hefty booklet, unless they're small printed and just a couple of pages long. Then you can fit them all in there. But the packaging looks like one of their deluxe ones, one of their thicker deluxe ones. Doesn't look quite as big as the Curse of Frankenstein. Oh, that's a hefty. I still want to get that release because it looks so nice. But let me go to their Facebook page because I saw there's a whole graphic of like releases they're gonna have upcoming this year, and there's a ton they've got coming up. Let's see. Hammer Films. It's Hammer time. I don't know if they have that graphic up here, or if it was just posted someplace else. I don't think it's here. No, they've got stuff. Like it's current. Like they've got posts from the last couple of days. They've got posts from. Where if I Google Hammer 2026, I wonder if they'll give me that graphic. Oh no! Here it is. I found it. So from December 23rd, so going back to the day after our previous episode here on Chasing Labels, says Hammer Vault has been unlocked and the stories that define British horror are returning in their finest form. Step inside and explore the films that shaped British horror. This year, we return to some of the Hammer's most iconic titles, including The Curse of Frankenstein, The Quatermass Experiment, and Quatermass 2, restored with care to reveal every shadow, every detail, every moment that made them unforgettable. We enter 2026 with Stolen Face, which I think we've talked about, the first release of the year, but behind it lies a vault of full stories waiting to be rediscovered. For collectors and fans alike, the year ahead promises a steady rhythm of legendary horror delivered with craft that has defined Hammer for generations. And finally, we welcome more legends of British horror, and Hammer presents a curated collection celebrating films chosen for their character, craft, and lasting legacy. Each title has been restored in high definition by Silver Salt Restoration, with focused extras that reveal the world behind the film and the stories that endure. The first to arrive is Cry of the Banshee, which we talked about last time. So that's part of this line of uh, British horror, British Hammer horror. Let's see. Yeah, and Hammer Presents. Available now for pre-order, ready to be experienced anew. That's Cry of the Banshee. With Hammer Presents underway, the vault continues to open as something new is quietly taking shape. All we'll say for now is you will want to be ready when it emerges. So they've got a series of pictures on their Facebook page, which shows pictures of a vault. Then it shows all the releases from last year. So you've got, oh, what's that one? Oh, Captain Kronos, The Quartermass Experiment, Quartermass 2, The Curse of Frankenstein. You've got, what's that one on there? Four-Sided Triangle. Is that Shattered? Yeah, that's Shatter, and that's Blood Orange. And then what else did they release last year? I didn't remember they released all these. Whispering Smith Hits London, which was their later release. The Men of Sherwood Forest. It says The Man in Black. So this was all stuff released last year. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 titles. So they released 10 titles in 2025. And in 2026, it looks like even more. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 titles coming from Hammer this year. And they've already announced, well, 2 now. They already announced 2. So 2 out of 15. So I just thought I'd give people that little update. If you're a big fan of Hammer, it's a good time. It's a really good time. So, before we transition over to Vinegar Syndrome, let me see what we have here for comments. Sorry, my eyes are massively dry today. It's quite bothersome. Let's see. Let's see. Eagles Movie says, what you like better, Jimmy Hollywood or Drowning Mona? I don't think I've seen either of them. Let's see. Eagles Movies ask, what you like better, Passenger 57 or Ford Fairline? Yet again, I don't think I've seen either of them either. So, what is your favorite special edition for a movie you didn't expect to like? Now, that's an interesting movie. That's an interesting question. I'm looking around like a crazy person to see if there's anything that springs to mind. Like a movie I didn't like. It's tough because everything I buy is typically things I like in some way, shape, or form. I don't typically buy. I was gonna say I don't typically buy things I don't like, even if the edition is really, really nice. I'm almost stumped here because I'm looking around all these special editions and stuff, and it's all stuff that I either liked or appreciated in some way, shape, or form, as opposed to not at all. That's tough. I'm trying to think of something exploitative, something that is not typically known as a great movie, but is something that has a great release. So like great release of a bad movie, which is kind of nuts if you think about it. You know what? I'm gonna go with like the Beastmaster. There we go. The Beastmaster. So the Beastmaster for years I thought was kind of just like a parody or like a ripoff of like He-Man or Conan the Barbarian, but it's actually kind of stands on its own a bit, I think. So yeah, I'm gonna go with the Beastmaster. Let me go get that release for a second. I think I brought it up before, but what the heck, we got time. So I had never seen the Beastmaster before I bought this. And I know the Beastmaster has been around since the 80s, right? And I think there was a TV series as well of the Beastmaster, and I think I always remember seeing it, like, like, being advertised along with, like, the legendary, Journey of Hercules and Xena the Warrior Princess, so it reminded me of something like that, so but I had never seen the Beastmaster movie, and I don't think it's bad. I mean, obviously, it's 80s fantasy and sword and sandal stuff and all that stuff, like Conan the Barbarian and whatnot is unique. Kull the Conqueror, um, all that stuff. It's unique to its time, and you got to kind of keep that in mind. Get to keep that context in mind. But this was a movie I didn't think that I would typically like, but I don't mind it. The Beastmaster, yeah. But this is a nice edition. This is a really really nice edition. I think it just got reissued, or at least the 4K. It was re-released in 4K by Shout Factory, but this is the Vinegar Syndrome release. This is the VSU release number one. Ironically, we'll be talking about um, Vinegar Syndrome in like a second. Let's see. Acres of Movies asked Alpha Dog or Donnie Brasco or Basketball Diaries first. Is that readaptation? Oh, readaptation. Oh boy. Now, Alpha Dog is that movie with if I remember correctly, Justin Timberlake, Anton Yelchin, Donnie Brasco is. God, you know what? Donnie Brasco, just because that genre is easier to readapt. The gangster genre. They've been readapting stuff like that all the time. I mean, they just made. I think they just made. I mean, a couple of years ago, they did Get Shorty as a TV series, so essentially a rework of that. So yeah, I'm gonna go with Donnie Brasco. Acres Movies ask, one of the reasons Bohemian Rhapsody was a huge hit was the viral scenes in it. What would be the viral scenes in a Robin Williams biopic that would catch on? That's interesting. A Robin Williams biopic. I don't know if we'll ever. I don't know if we'll ever see that. I don't think we'll ever see that typically because I don't think Robin Williams' family wants that. Because just because over the years there's so many people who keep imitating Robin Williams, and I know that really gets to his family a lot because I've seen his family members post that online. It's like I think they appreciate how many people loved their Robin Williams, but they don't want to see people like kind of parody him. I guess I don't know. It's really tough when you lose someone. It's also different perspective as fans versus family members. And I'm learning that a lot over the years. That's the one thing about social media I think has become a little useful or positive, if you will, is in my opinion, at least from my perspective, celebrities and people like that, actors, actresses, you learn how very regular human they are. Like these are people who have children, who have family members, who have friends, who just view them as regular people. They don't view them as these larger than life, famous people, if you will. I always bring up, Martin Scorsese's daughter, Francesca Scorsese. If you don't follow her on social media, she's a great follow. I've listened to her on podcasts and things like that, and like she just views her father as her father. Like we view him as the exalted Martin Scorsese, the cinematic god Martin Scorsese, but to her, he's just her father. You know what I mean? Like, and like the way she views like someone like Robert De Niro, like, oh, that's like her uncle or something like that. You know what I mean? But we view as Robert De Niro as the legendary Robert De Niro. You know what I mean? It's such an interesting, different perspective based on your point of view. But for Robin Williams, let's go back to the task at hand because I'm going off on a tangent. Somebody's got to stop me. One of the Robin Williams, one of his iconic moments could be when he's working on Good Will Hunting and they have that scene in Boston Common. That's such an iconic scene that you see um replayed over and over and over again on social media, and you can watch the clip on YouTube now and it's probably got like millions of hits or millions of views. So that would be an iconic scene, or maybe perhaps when he steps in to do the genie for the first time. That's another iconic role. Or honestly, it's going back even further in time when you see him become um you know Mork from Ork in Mork and Mindy. That would be an iconic moment because that's the start of his career, if you will. It's really, yeah, you can take so many kind of moments from Robin Williams' career and utilize them. That's kind of what they did in Bohemian Rhapsody. Not the best comparison, I'll tell you that. Bohemian Rhapsody, is kind of only good for those for those moments. The movie as a whole, not great. It's got its issues. There's a review here on Chasing Labels of me kind of praising the movie, but also acknowledging there was a lot of issues putting that movie together. You can kind of tell the editing is not good. To this day, the fact that that movie won an Academy Award for Best Editing is still shocking to me. Shocking. Anywho, moving on. Acres of Movies says you are expert on so much. Totally great. I wish I was. I still feel, trust me, I wish I was an expert. There's so much want to know and need to know and need to recall that I always forget about. Um, I'm still amazed about film scholars and real film historians who know a lot more about movies than the average person or even somebody who is a big fan like myself. These people know things so well. And a lot of it, I'll say this, when it comes to education, when it comes to academia, when it comes to knowing a lot about certain specific subjects, it's really about repetition of going back to it, of learning it over and over again. Why do you think I know so much about this? Is because I dive into the world of movies so much. And it's not that easy for people to remember things. It's not easy for people to have the time and the energy to remember things. I get all that stuff, but if you have a passion for something, chances are you really get into it. Really get into it. It's really all about passion for me. Less so than expertise. You rely a lot more on passion, um, than skill. I don't know if just to use an athlete metaphor, there's always those athletes who they're all passion and heart, and they don't necessarily have the best skill that the other athletes may have, but they're able to make up for it with passion and heart. Yeah, that's kind of how I like to think of myself. Anywho, a little less patting myself on the back. Um, It said Acres of Movies asks, you go to manage a museum or outdoor park that can program different Mount Rushmores to be the faces of all time. What are your four Mount Rushmores you would want to highlight at the museum? Um, I'm assuming you mean actors, right? Or you just mean like each actor or person gets their own Mount Rushmore or something like that. Um, yeah, because it's different Mount Rushmores. Man, yeah, I would like to do one. You do one for like Steven Spielberg, you do one for Scorsese, you do one for Al Pacino, Robert De Niro, Meryl Streep, Sofia Coppola, and Francis Ford Coppola. You could do one for each of them, and each face would represent a movie, or yeah, each face would represent a movie. Like, I mean, just thinking of like Sofia Coppola's Lost in Translation would be Scarlett Johansson, or Francis Ford Coppola's The Godfather would obviously be. I'm thinking, the first one would be Marlon Brando because he's typically on the poster. Just keep that traditional. I mean, if you want to put one for George Lucas, I don't know if you think there's not four things that George Lucas has done because people forget this. He's only directed Star Wars. George Lucas has only directed Star Wars, THX 1138, American Graffiti. So yeah, I don't know how he would get four. But anywho, I'm just saying, I'm just riffing here, but that would be my idea. Obviously the heads would represent each way, and the Meryl Streep could be, if you're doing actor specifically, you do her in like her Oscar award winning roles. When she was the Iron Lady. I think Sophie's Choice, maybe Out of Africa. Obviously, you could do when she was in Kramer versus Kramer, things like that. Um, Let's see. Acres of Movies also ask, have you heard of Red Pasta? We can talk more about it, but in an old Leningrad archive, they have found gialli and horror films made in Italy for Russian export by communist Italian filmmakers. Let's see, long lost. I have not heard about that, but I would. um, like to learn more about it and typically how one can see those movies. Are they available to be watched, or are they just in somebody's archive somewhere, or are they in a museum? Um, I'd have to look those up. Let's see. What else do we have here? Acres of Movies says Glenn Powell as Al Bundy and Sydney Sweeney for Peg Bundy. Wow. So, Married with Children is another one of those childhood favorite TV shows of mine. And that series has been released a couple of times on DVD. It was released, I think, directly from, was it Sony or Fox? Either way, um, their first their first batch of DVDs, whoever put it out first, did not have the rights to the iconic opening music, so it had to be replaced for all of the seasons. And then Mill Creek re-released it with the iconic song intact. How they were able to get the music, I don't know. You had to pay the Frank Sinatra estate to get it. That's how you do it. And the Frank and guess as Sony or whoever did not want to put money behind it. Let me look. But that's an interesting. You could not get away with that show now. That show is so 1980s, 1990s sensibilities that you couldn't get away with those jokes now because they were all making fun of the things in society of the time that you could make fun of and people thought was funny. And a lot of it is cruel jokes. It's very cruel jokes. It's making fun of people's appearances, making fun of people's weights, making fun of people's sexualities. It's making fun of women in people's lives, women in general, really. I mean, there's a whole category where the men basically make a club called No Ma'am, where it's all of these men who like just get together to just talk about how much they hate their wives and girlfriends. Like that's what is crazy to me about that show. Now that I think about it, there are misogynistic groups of men who exist now. Like seriously in real life, not comedic, like seriously who probably think like that's like the most brilliant thing ever. But in Married with Children, it's played as comedy. It's not played as serious, it's played as comedy. But in real life now, there are people who take that stuff seriously. So comedy has now transitioned to reality and the tone has shifted from parody satire comedy to reality, serious thoughts, serious life philosophies. It's insane the way we've changed as a culture over the last 30 to 40 years. But as I was looking up Married with Children, that's what I wanted to look up. So let me just check quickly. It was Sony. They put out the first batch of DVDs. Because I have them all. And it was actually one of the first things I ever bought was all those seasons on DVD. I think I bought them all on eBay and at FYE. Pretty sure that was what it was back in the day. But Glenn Powell as Al Bundy and Sydney Sweeney as Peg Bundy, interesting. Is it Anne Hathaway's destiny to star as Janet in Three's Company movie? Sure, why not? Anne Hathaway can do anything she wants, in my opinion. She's an excellent actress. She really is. She's done some really good work in her career. The Devil Wears Prada's sequel's coming out this year, I believe. I think they showed a teaser trailer towards the end of last year. And of course, I think she's going to be in Christopher Nolan's Odyssey. She was in Interstellar. Let's see. My biopic anthology movies sound fun, 25 minutes on each person. That was an interesting thing, the Acres of Movies you had brought up before. These kind of 25-minute short films about specific people, like these small biopics. Let's see. Make Goldie Hawn Deceived Special Edition. Yeah, we need more Goldie Hawn movies on Blu-ray, just in general. Like I said, I haven't seen a lot of Goldie Hawn films because a lot of them really aren't available on Blu-ray. Highly recommend Back to the Beach and would love your thoughts on that one. I haven't seen it yet, so I'm going to add that to my watch list. Acres Movies also asked, what do you think of, I'm assuming Patrick Dempsey. Patrick Dempsey, I don't think a lot about Patrick Dempsey. He had a big kind of career resurgence when he was on Grey's Anatomy? Yeah, he was on Grey's Anatomy for a long time. So Patrick Dempsey, what else was he in? He was in Enchanted, Can't Buy Me Love. He was in an early movie, early in his career that I talked about, which is an interesting kind of coming of age movie that I think Kino put out. I'd have to scroll all the way back. And he was in a lot of stuff back in the day when he was younger. It was called Some Girls. Yeah, it was a movie from 1988 called Some Girls. What else? I feel like he was in. I thought he was in like a Julia Roberts comedy from the 90s. But now I'm thinking of. I think I'm thinking of Dermot Mulroney. Get those guys confused. He was in Scream 3. I forget that he's in Scream 3. Sweet Home Alabama. That's a nice rom-com with Reese Witherspoon. That's another one that got played a lot on cable back in the day. A lot. Maid of Honor. That's another nice little rom-com. Bridget Jones's Baby. He was in that. Anywho, let me see what else we got here for comments before we move on. Let's see. Who would you cast for Scrooge McDuck live action? Who would you cast as Crash Pilot Duck? So you talk about Launchpad McQuack. Launchpad McQuack would be he's got to be a big lunky guy. Dave Bautista would have been a great Launchpad McQuack, but he's slimmed down a lot over the years. John Cena, he's also kind of slimmed down a little bit. But he would be a great like Launchpad McQuack because he's kind of a big lunky guy. That's kind of what his character was in the first season of, or first and second season of, Peacemaker. He's kind of like that, kind of that. But for Scrooge McDuck, you got to get an older guy. Is Ian McKellen too old? Patrick Stewart too old? Also, yeah, I guess he has to also be Scottish. I also forgot that Scrooge McDuck is Scottish. Man, a lot of older Scottish actors have passed. I mean, Sean Connery would have been interesting. Christopher Eccleston, but he obviously, if we're doing just voice acting, I don't know. It's interesting. I haven't thought of a live action. I don't know what a live action Scrooge McDuck movie would look like a DuckTales movie. I do like. I'll say this. I haven't brought this up ever, but the new DuckTales series that came out several years ago, I thought it was excellent. It was very much in line with what the old comic books are like, which I thought was very nice. Very nice. Good voice acting cast as well in that. Really good stuff. Of course, the original Disney one, the original one from back in the day is an all-time classic to me. But I really like the more updated one that they did. Let's see. Acres Movie says, I think WB Netflix need to make live action Looney Tunes connected streaming universe and reboot all their cartoons as animated too. New live action. Momoa Taz, Sam Elliott, Yosemite Sam. That's interesting. I don't know what Warner Brothers wants to do with Looney Tunes or what they are doing with Looney Tunes. My guess is they don't have any interest in Looney Tunes whatsoever. As crazy as that sounds, the reason why I say that is they've taken like all of the Looney Tunes cartoons off of HBO Max. They are now streaming over on Tubi, and apparently, from what Tubi has said, they're doing very well streaming over there. People love them, of course. They're all-time classics. They didn't want to release a couple of Looney Tunes based movies, which they didn't want to release. Oh, I have one of them over here. I can't remember where I put it. I think I put it in my animation section, but there was the Looney Tune movies that came out last year, and there's the Looney Tune movies that came out this year that they had to basically sell off to, was it Ketchup Entertainment? I think that's what they're called. And because Warner Bros. Didn't want to put them out. They wanted to cancel them and just take the tax write-off money. So they have no interest in Looney Tunes. This is gonna lead me down a crazy, crazy corridor here, so I'm not gonna go too far. This whole Warner Brothers Discovery thing that's been going on for the last few years, my theory is its main goal was to dig Warner Brothers out of massive debt. They brought in David Zaslav, who is typically a hack, an axeman, who who did the same thing over at Discovery to kind of bring them out of debt and make them profitable. And to do so, Warner Brothers had to cut a lot of things. They cut specifically a lot of their shows that were available to stream on their streaming service, get rid of them. So therefore you don't have to pay the renewal license fees and all that kind of stuff. You don't got to pay those creators. They got rid of all those. They axed a couple of projects that were in the works that were expensive. They boom, get rid of those. Take the tax write off. Don't pump any more money into that. Start licensing out things to other companies. For example, if you go onto Netflix right now, you will find Warner Brothers shows on there that were streaming on HBO Max. They're HBO shows. They're streaming there. They're streaming on other services. True Blood was playing on like cable TV. It made no sense. If you've ever seen the show True Blood, makes no sense that that would be playing on like USA Network. Makes no sense. Makes no sense at all. And then now you also see, well, this is the good part. Warner Brothers is now licensing out their titles to other boutique companies. Arrow's got to deal with them. Vinegar Syndrome, which we're going to talk about, I promise, in a second here. They just got a license agreement with Warner Brothers for 40 titles that they now have access to that they're going to be putting out. They have an agreement now with Criterion as well. We've seen Criterion put out Warner Brothers movies. So Warner Brothers has been trying to make money and make revenue and cut costs any way they can over the last several years, and now they look good to sell. So now they've got that deal in place with Netflix that is probably going to end up happening. It's not going to probably go through this year because of all the regulatory things and all that kind of red tape junk. So it'll probably, I think I said this before, it'll probably happen maybe late this year or most likely 2027 is when we'll start seeing things. And yeah, we'll see what happens with that. So I don't know. Like I said, I don't think they have any interest in doing stuff with Looney Tunes. Maybe Netflix will. So that does remain to be seen. Anywho, Sam Elliott will be great redeeming as Yosemite Sam with an origin. He just seems like a real life Yosemite Sam in general. He's got the mustache already. Let's see. Acres of Movies says, it is a crowded restaurant. They have a communal table. And what movie characters of all time do you think would be polite eaters and also share the space and you would like to eat with? Harry Bailey from It's a Wonderful Life, the Jimmy Stewart character. Who else would be a super nice guy? Maybe Peter Sellers' character from that Hal Ashby movie. I can't remember the name of it. He seems like he would be nice. What's the name of that Peter Sellers movie? Being There. Paddington from any of the Paddington movies. Granted, he'd just be eating marmalade sandwiches. Who else is a super nice person? There's the character Poppy from Mike Lee's Happy Go Lucky. Yeah, she would be great. That's Sally Hawkins' character. She would be delightful in there. Amelie from Amelie, that'd be another good one. just these happy, positive characters that I don't think would like start any arguments. I don't think they talk about politics or religion, or they talk about like the headlines in the news. I think they just be jovial, nice guys. You could even throw in another Jimmy Stewart character. His character from Harvey. He'd be a good character. He'd be good from there, from Harvey, or even his character from Mr. Smith Goes to Washington. Although he'd probably bring up politics, so probably not the best idea. But anywho, just these nice positive characters. They'd be really nice. Let's see, good choices for Robin Williams scenes. I think also the scene where he's aping the Aladdin character, and also the Mrs. Doubtfire ones, and maybe ones in Good Morning Vietnam. Oh yeah, you would get that him recording Good Morning Vietnam. That's iconic. Good pick. Acres of Movies. Acres movie says the key to making a successful biopic is having those key viral moments. I guess. Yeah, yeah, that's true. Because that's what people want to see. People want to see what they know. They want to see they typically want to see what they know about the people they know. I would say that. Um, let's see. Oh, Acres movie says I love the Married with Children ones. Many have the song not in, still great. I used the silly song. They use the silly. It was just like an instrumental, but the instrumental was like kind of like the original song, Love and Marriage, but kind of not. Uh, um, Acres movie says House Sitter is terrific. Please get the DVD for that one. Yeah, that is the Goldie Hawn Steve Martin movie from 1992. Saw that there is a Blu-ray actually of that, so I gotta get that. Um, Acres movie says they want Run from 1991 special edition for Patrick Dempsey. Let's see. Yeah, he's a mobster. That's interesting. Patrick Dempsey as a mobster. Loverboy, lots of terrific roles. I wish for him to have an RDJ like run. Patrick Dempsey as an RD. It's interesting. They're kind of contemporaries. They both around relatively around the same age, I think. At least they were around the same time. They both started in the 80s and made their way through the 90s. RDJ, obviously his career skyrocketed very early and skyrocketed also later as well. And through to this day. Um Sean William Scott as Launchpad McQuack. You know what? Yeah, that's a good pull. Acres of Movies. You're doing well. That's a good one. That's a good one. I like an origin story of Scrooge McDuck movie. There is an origin story in the comic books about Scrooge McDuck there's actually a whole origin story I think of the McDuck clan because they were a Scottish like clan, a family, and so there's a whole origin story of elements you can pick from to utilize for a movie. Let's see. Oh yeah, Scrooge McDuck as Daniel Plainview from There Will Be Blood. That's an interesting comparison. Good job, Acres of Movies. Acres of Movies brings up the Dick Tracy comic book run. I didn't know there was a new comic book run of Dick Tracy. I want to read the old original Dick Tracy comics. That's what I really want to do. And there's collections of that. I think through the company Fantagraphics. Fantagraphics also did the Peanuts, the Peanuts comic strips and stuff like that. I've got a few of those. I have some from like the late 50s and the 60s and the 70s, but that run went all the way from I think 1950 all the way up till Charles Schultz passed away in 1999, 2000, somewhere around there. So there's a lot of those. I'm a big Peanuts fan. Big Peanuts fan. What would you name your boutique label? That's a good question. I think we talked about this before. At least Steven and I did. I know we've got there's the Etsy store Boutique Bandits. So we'll just call it Boutique Bandits. Um Acres of Movies, C Map of the Human Heart, terrific early 90s adventure. Anne Parlad, Patrick Bergen, Jason Scott Lee, John Cusack. They want a special edition of that. Harvey and Map of the Human Heart, two of my favorite movies. Saw them as a young girl. Oh, very nice. Um, Harvey, the Jimmy Stewart movie, actually just got a 4K re-release. I love that movie, so I want to get it again. I already have the Blu-ray. I need to upgrade it to a 4K. Let's see. Um, Acres of Movie says, I love DuckTales comics. Yeah, nice. Yeah, that's something I've recently tried to figure out how I want to start collecting those. They do have them all collected in not all, but they have many of them collected in nice hardcover editions that are relatively affordable. I wouldn't say buy them all at once, but if you can find them, they all have them relatively affordable. And I've been trying to like slowly try to figure out, do some research on where to start with those, how to get them, what's the best format. I do all that extended, like idiosyncratic, hyper focused research. Once I go down those corridors, I get lost. So, anywho, speaking of getting lost, we've been way sidetracked now for about a half hour, 45 minutes. Let's get back on track here. Let's go to Vinegar Syndrome. Yes, Vinegar Syndrome. So they have started their subscribers week. Their subscribers week is how they start off every single year. Basically, the first through the seventh of every year is their subscribers week. This is the only time of year where I think they offer their subscription service, if you will. So their subscription service, which they offer every year. Basically, you pay for the whole year's worth of releases. Well, most of their releases. It's not everything. It's most of their stuff. And so you basically pre-order it, essentially. So what is Subscribers Week? The first 7 days of the new year are a celebration of all things Vinegar Syndrome. During this 7-day period, our 2026 yearly subscription will be available to purchase. Plus, we'll have new disc plus merch releases. And they do. They've released like a bunch of new titles announcements, and we'll talk about those. And they've been doing like one per day. They started off with like a batch of 3 or 4, and now they're doing like one per day. And they also launched a new line. We will talk about that too. So they have daily deals on merch and older releases, all this kind of stuff. It started on Thursday the 1st, and it's the only time where you can basically get you can subscribe to their year-long thing. Now, it is rather expensive. You basically pay like $1,000 or so dollars, and it gives you access to like their mainline stuff. I'm not doing a great job of of explaining this because I've never subscribed to it. Our friend Celeste Lacabra has subscribed to it in the past, and she knows way more about it than I do. She actually just did a whole half an hour video breaking down the financial benefits of doing it and how it all works and all this kind of stuff and all the different and how many different titles there are for last year as well as 2024, how many different titles there are going to be this year. And I actually just watched the video earlier today, and there's going to be about 30 or so titles that they're going to be offering through the subscription line. And anywho, you basically get all their main stuff every single month. They send you a box of their main stuff plus a couple of extra goodies, and you get some discounts here and there. I think you get 50% off of the partner label titles as well. If you so choose to purchase those, you can purchase them at 50% off. You get all kinds of like rebates. Anywho, not really something that I'm interested in. For me, for my collecting philosophy and reasons, I like to pick and choose what I want to buy when I want to buy them. Typically when things are on sale. That's when you feast. That's when you feast. Unless it's a title from a boutique label that you know is selling very fast, is going to sell out very quickly, or is something that people really, really want or that you really, really want, you can typically wait a little while to when the price drops a little bit. I'm seeing if there's like a for example here. No, not really. Well, actually, there is a for example. So, I talked about Opera, Severin's 5-disc release of Dario Argento's Opera. Now, this came out. I did say earlier that I think it was 2023. It may have been 2002. Not 2002, 2022. Sorry, but when this first came out, of course, very, very expensive. And it's let's see, where are you? Hold on, I'm looking at Blu-ray.com. It's throwing me for a tizzy. Oh, maybe it came out 2024. Yeah, 2024. That seems a little more accurate. But anywho, when this first came out, of course, it was very expensive. It's brand new. It was brand new, all this kind of stuff. But then I waited over a year, and I was able to get it when it was 50% off on Severin's sale during their Black Friday sale. So I saved quite a bit of money. Now, if you're impatient, kind of understand. I am a little impatient myself, so I get that. But Sometimes patience just pay off. Sometimes patience can be bad. I talked about it here on Chasing Labels many a time. There have been times where I screwed myself over, where I waited too long to get something, and then it's gone, and then you've got to track it down, and it costs a heck of a lot more. Um, to the point where you may end up never getting it. Uh, and I'm going through that now with several Radiance releases, where several Radiance box sets are out of print and they're quite expensive. There's a couple of releases in the past. I always talk about one of the big ones is the Arrow release of Gamera, the big Gamera complete series giant set. Um, with hardcover books and just massive, right? That I didn't think that was gonna sell. To this day, I still didn't think it was gonna sell, and it now goes for like hundreds of dollars as opposed to what it originally cost. And yeah, it's one of those things you just end up losing out on. But when it comes to Vinegar Syndrome, they do print a lot more copies and make a lot more copies now than ever before. So I don't like to subscribe to their yearly subscription. For me, it's not something that I like to do because I like to pick and choose the titles. And typically here doing Chasing Labels, I know I get a chance to watch these movies. So I know if I want them, but don't want them, et cetera, et cetera. You know what I mean? I'm a very, I guess you could say picky collector, specific collector, I guess. But that being said, let's um let's talk about some of the things they've announced, shall we? So they've announced several titles. I think they will be announcing a couple of more tomorrow, which is the January 6th. They will be announcing a VSL title, and January 7th they will be announcing another Cinematographe release. But since the first, they've announced these films. They've announced Tank Girl getting a 4K UHD release. They announced Terra Firma, which is a Lloyd Kaufman film. It's what's a film by my mind is completely blanking. Uh Lloyd Kaufman, who did The Toxic Avenger, he did a trauma film. Yeah, it's a trauma film. And boy, it's a trauma film in every way possible. They are also releasing The Phantom of the Opera. This is the Dario Argento adaptation of The Phantom of the Opera. They are releasing Made in Hong Kong Volume 2. And what else are they releasing here? So they're kind of bouncing all over the place. They're releasing Don't Be Afraid of the Dark, which is their first Iconoscope release. We'll talk about what Iconoscope is for a second in a second. They're also releasing The Gambler in a cinematograph release. This is the movie starring James Caan, as you may have guessed it, a gambler. And from their Pink line, they are releasing the films of Hisayasu Sato, Volume Number 3, which has the movies Kiri Elysian, Refrescia, and Turtle Vision. And then from another Iconoscope release is The Veil. Okay. So, right off the bat, let's go to what Iconoscope is, because this is a brand new title, a brand new sub-label they're just launching right now. They did a little bit of a preview video of what the upcoming year is going to look like for Vinegar Syndrome towards the end of last year on their social media, and they mentioned Iconoscope. And Iconoscope is a brand new sub-label that is dealing with television. Okay, that gets me intrigued right away because I love collecting television in HD. I love collecting television in 4K. I love collecting old archival stuff in those regards, or older stuff in general. And this is older stuff that they got their hands on. And let's see what we've got here for their first release. So I'll read the description of what Iconoscope is. Iconoscope is a new Vinegar Syndrome sub-label dedicated entirely to television, produced by longtime Vinegar Syndrome film scanning technician and restoration artist Brandon Upson, with a focus on genre-based English language and possibly international productions. Iconoscope will be preserving, restoring, and releasing made-for-TV films, miniseries, and multi-season series ranging from well-known big productions to more obscure and even lost regional rarities. Okay, like I said, they've made a distribution deal with Warner Brothers for 40 titles. This one here is one of them. This is the TV movie of the week for in 1973 called Don't Be Afraid of the Dark. Now this got a remake, a a theatrical remake in 2010. Some of you may remember that movie. But let's see here. So this is, yeah, the premise of this movie is thus, for Don't Be Afraid of the Dark. When Sally inherits a beautiful Victorian mansion from her grandmother, she and her husband Alex waste no time moving in. During renovation, she comes across a mysteriously locked study. Despite pleas from local handyman who insists she leaves things be, Sally finally happens upon the key. Inside, she discovers a reinforced fireplace that was sealed long ago, and the handyman insists she not try to open it. Soon after entering the room, Sally begins to see small, menacing creatures all over the house, but no one will believe her. So it's kind of like, it's a haunted house movie with these little gremlin-like creatures. It's kind of like Gremlins before Gremlins, Hobgoblins before Hobgoblins. It's kind of all of those things. When you get these little creatures, you know, these creature feature 80s movies with these little monster things. That's the movie, but it is a TV movie from the 1970s. One of the most celebrated and beloved horror movie of the week telefilms of the 1970s, helmed by master small screen director John Newland, who did TV's Star Trek and he did Night Gallery. Don't Be Afraid of the Dark has resonated with and inspired generations of fans and filmmakers alike, including Guillermo del Toro, who produced and co-wrote a 2010 theatrical remake, which I just mentioned, evincing an atmosphere of true doom, terrifying forced perspective creature effects, and bold performances from Kim Darby um, and Jim Hutton. Iconoscope is proud to present for its debut release the 4K UHD premiere of this intensely creepy creature feature, newly restored from a 4K scan of its original camera negative. Now, this comes with a couple of special features here. It's a 2-disc set. It's got the 4K, it's got the Blu-ray, it's presented in Dolby Vision high dynamic range, newly scanned and restored in 4K from its original 35mm camera negative, commentary with author and telefilm historian Amanda Reyes, commentary with critic Steve Uncle Creepy Barton, screenwriter Jeffrey Reddick, and critic Sean Abley. Setting Evil Free, a new locations featurette shot at the Newhall Mansion, and 24-page booklet with an essay by Amanda Reyes. And that's the first Iconoscope release. Now let's go to the second Iconoscope release. The second Iconoscope release, which was just announced earlier today. So you and I are discovering it ourselves for the first time. In 1958, commercial producer Frank P. Bihas. Oh, this is called The Veil. Sorry, I probably should have said that. It's called The Veil, and it's a 13 episode series that I think never aired. It says in 1958, commercial producer Frank P. Bihas began production on a television anthology series for the legendary Hal Roach Studios, centered around classic horror titan Boris Karloff. And this show came out before One Step Beyond, The Twilight Zone, and Thriller. The Veil crafted each episode around mysteries and unexplainable phenomena, including time travel, ESP, reincarnation, astral projection, and the supernatural. Despite it being an era ripe with science fiction and horror, the dozen episodes of The Veil, all of which featured a top-tier cast and crew, never saw broadcast and then vanished completely for decades. So you've got a 12-episode series, sorry I said 13, hosted by Boris Karloff about these unexplainable phenomena. So kind of like a Twilight Zone or something like that. Featuring Boris Karloff as host. He's in every episode except the original pilot, and cast in the lead or supporting roles in each of the episodes but one. The Veil harnessed in short time a noteworthy array of talent, both behind and in front of the camera. Writers on the series included Jack Laird and Laszlo Vadney. So Jack Laird wrote for Night Gallery, and then Laszlo Vadney wrote Flesh and Fantasy. And among the directors were Arthur Hiller, who did The Hospital and Silver Streak, George Wagner, who did The Wolfman and TV's Batman, Herbert L. Strock, who did How to Make a Monster and TV science fiction theater. The rotating cast of on-screen talent in The Veil included Patrick McNee, Catherine Squire, Torrin Thatcher, Niall McGuinness, Denise Alexander, Whit Bissell, and the first on-screen appearance of George Hamilton. Okay. Iconoscope is honored to present the first official Blu-ray release of the complete series. newly scanned in 4K from rare archival film elements and featuring an array of new and archival extras, including some recently rediscovered bonuses. So, it is a three-disc set, all Blu-rays, all region-free. The complete series, newly scanned and restored in 4K from 16 millimeter and 35 millimeter original archival elements. Four-episode commentaries with author and film historian Tom Weaver, carrying on the legacy and interview with Sarah Karloff, daughter of Boris Karloff. The 11th episode, an interview with Barbara Bibas Montero, daughter of the Veil creator Frank Bibas. Um, Two versions of the backdoor pilot episode, House of Death, a horror-tinged episode of Schlitz Playhouse, long believed to be lost, starring Boris Karloff and directed by William Asher, who did Butcher Baker, Nightmare Maker, still one of the best titles, and with audio commentary by author and telefilm historian Amanda Reyes. And then there's a 24-page book with an essay by Tom Weaver. Now, this is fascinating historical stuff. Fascinating because to me, if you think the history of movies is fascinating, the history of TV, I think, is even more fascinating just because of how dynamically different TV and movies once were. They're a lot closer now than they were back then. They are still radically different in terms of production and scheduling and things you can and cannot do and limitations and whatnot. But it's a lot closer now. I mean, just look at any big time production from an HBO series compared to a movie. You see, there are differences, but damn, it's a lot closer than before. Also, a big difference from back then, even all the way up, I would say into the 2000s. Typically, the worlds of TV and movies were divided. If you were a TV actor, you didn't do movies. If you were a movie actor, you didn't typically do TV. The only time you really did TV as a movie actor was when you couldn't find roles, when you couldn't find work in movies, or when your career had gone on so long that it kind of dried up, and you had to make money somehow. So you had to work in TV. That's why you see a lot of older actors started doing TV movies of the week, started doing television series or miniseries, stuff like that. That's why it's so fascinating to me how, you would see like Olivia de Havilland would be in a 1970s TV movie. And I'm like, Olivia de Havilland, you were in Gone with the Wind, you won like 3 Oscars, you know what I mean? Like Olivia de Havilland, you're amazing. Um, People like Betty Davis. Betty Davis would do TV movies. You know what I mean? Or you would see that all the time. Heck, I think later on in his career, Jimmy Stewart would have a TV show. I think he only went for like one season, but he had a TV show. Ava Gardner, I think, was the same way. So you saw a lot of like legendary actors uh, go to TV later on in their lives because the movie roles kind of dried up. And so I find that to be fascinating as opposed to now where TV is prestige. TV, man, if you get yourself a TV, it's good work. It's good, consistent work. You get consistently paid. Your schedule is consistently filled up with stuff to do. I mean, especially like the way network TV used to be, it's not the way it is now. Network TV, you would do what, 22, 23, 24 episodes. I'm talking recent network TV, not like back in the day where it was like 30, 35. But I'm talking like recent stuff. You would get if you booked like a network show, you were doing pretty well. Now things are different with like lesser episode counts and all that kind of stuff, and streaming, and even prestige TV is now lesser episodes. Like 8 episodes is a season now. That's kind of nuts to me in many ways. 8 episodes wasn't even 8 episodes like a quarter of a season a couple of years ago. Now it's not. But there's been a lot of miniseries, TV movies, and TV series, frankly, that haven't received a lot of notoriety when it's come to physical media. Certainly not high quality physical media like we're going to be probably seeing here from Vinegar Syndrome. I know Kino's been doing a couple of things here and there when it comes to TV movies from back in the day, and from TV series actually as well. They put out Columbo on Blu-ray, which is really nice. Murder She Wrote just got a Blu-ray complete series release. That's pretty awesome. A lot of other classic TV shows. I know I'm going on a classic TV show rabbit hole. So a lot of them have been getting Blu-ray releases over the years, like the Dick Van Dyke Show, as well as Little House on the Prairie. I Love Lucy got a Blu-ray complete series set. Um, some issues there, but whatever. At least it got it. Um, and I would love to see some other ones. I would love to see Taxi get a Blu-ray series, complete series set. I would love to see the Mary Tyler Moore Show. To this day, that's the one I really, really want. And even something like All in the Family, now that Rob Reiner has passed away, I would love that as well. Oh, who knows if that's ever going to happen. Um, yeah, but I'm just saying, it's nice that some other boutique label is picking up the TV show on in HD format, or the movement, I should say. The movement, I should say. So that is that. That is those two releases. And let's talk about Tank Girl. Okay, so Tank Girl is the comic book adaptation from 1995 of Tank Girl, starring Lori Petty, Ice-T, Naomi Watts, Malcolm McDowell. I've talked about this movie before because this movie has gotten a couple of releases. Okay, this movie has gotten a couple of Blu-ray releases actually. So Tank Girl has gotten a release by Shout Factory back in 2013, and it's gotten a Eureka release in 2024, and it's gotten a big old collector's edition from Umbrella Entertainment in 2024. So that is Shout Factory, that is Eureka, that is Umbrella, and now we've got the one from Vinegar Syndrome. Now, the biggest difference when it comes to all of these is obviously the Vinegar Syndrome one is in 4K, the others are on Blu-ray. And what is also the big difference is special features. Without going into too much detail for the sake of my sanity and for the sake of time, each of them have different special features, but some of them do cross over in terms of special features. So you kind of need to, if you want every single special feature for the movie Tank Girl, you're going to need to own multiple copies of Tank Girl, which is not necessarily the worst thing in the world. If you're a collector, chances are you've had to do this before. I know I've had to. So that's the big rub with all of this. The good thing about this release is that I think all of these are new features, or at least most of these are new features. So if you've never seen Tank Girl, it's a cult film firmly rooted in equally cheeky cult comic, Tank Girl, infused Tank Girl infused Jamie Hewlett's original character with uniquely Generation X traits, produced independently defiant and a flippant, irreverent, rarely seen in female characters of the time. So, the synopsis is thus: It, Rebecca's simply not having an easy time of things. It's not merely that her life is difficult in the year 2033, scavenging in the drought-ridden post-comet ravaged Earth, but her crew of fellow renegades has just been raided by the brutal troops of water and power, killing her boyfriend, imprisoning her and her friend Sam. Only the Rippers, a lethal band of engineered half kangaroo, half man super soldiers, are left to challenge Kesley, the cruel, power mad leader of the water and power, bent on crushing the underground and controlling all the remaining water in the world. But now that Rebecca's got designs on stealing a tank and convincing her new pal Jet Girl to break out of the confinement with her, things might be looking up. This movie is very much over the top, zany craziness, weird comic book style outfits, weird comic book style special effects, and concepts, all this kind of stuff. Right away, you can see there's a whole political commentary here on post-apocalyptic oppression, where this water and power company has gotten all the water and the power for themselves, and they won't let it out of their hands because they're power hungry and all this kind of stuff. The bad guy is portrayed over the top, like by Malcolm McDowell, having the time of his life. Tank Girl or is portrayed by Lori Petty. Naomi Watts is in the movie in an early role for her. Like I said, this is 1995. This is before she would be in Mulholland Drive and other movies and whatnot. I really like the movie for what it is. It's such an interesting time capsule piece to what comic book movies were like in the 90s, before our modern sense of what they were, before the late 2000s with the MCU and all that kind of stuff, even before the 2000s, comic book um, boom, if you will, where we had X-Men in 2000, we had Blade in 1998. We had the Spider-Man movies by Sam Raimi. We had the subsequent X-Men movies. We had the Christopher Nolan Batman films in the mid to late 2000s. And then, of course, we have the movies from 2010 and 2020 and all this kind of stuff. It's been an interesting, 25 to 35 years of comic book movie evolution, if you will. And Tank Girl is right in the middle of all of that. Um, but for special features and all those details, here we go. 2-disc set, one 4K, one Blu-ray. It's presented in Dolby Vision HDR, newly scanned and restored in 4K from its 35mm original camera negative. Director-approved presentation, commentary track with author and entertainment journalism Kristen Lopez. Artful Inspiration, a new featurette with director Rachel Talalay and artist Gary Baseman. Gotta Be Me, a new interview with actress Lori Petty. Badass Feminine Energy, a new interview with production designer Catherine Hardwick. That's kind of cool. Donning the Ears, a new mini interview with actor Scott Coffey. An Eye for Apocalypse, a new interview with casting director Pam Dixon. Punk Rock Apocalypse, a new interview with costume designer Ariane Phillips. Meet the Rippers, a new featurette with Stan Winston, crew, and Legacy Effects co-founders J. Allen Scott and Shane P. Mahan. Tank in Translation, a new interview with storyboard artist and second unit director Peter Ramsey. The Making of Tank Girl, an archival making of featurette, original ending, original trailer, 40-page perfect bound book with essays by Sarah Fenson, Heather Drain, and Elizabeth Purcell. Now, one thing that is missing, like I said, there's few special features that are missing from this. Typically from the Eureka release and even the Shout Factory release, off the top of my head, there is an audio commentary with Lori Petty and the director Rachel Talalay. That's not on here, which is unfortunate because it's on some of the other releases. So I thought maybe that would transfer over, but I guess it doesn't. There are also some other interview. There's another interview with Lori Petty that is on some of the other releases that is not on here. But as you can see, pretty much everything is new, which is the positive of all this. I kind of wish we got some of the other stuff from the other releases just to make it all comprehensive, so you didn't have to track down those other releases. But we have what we have. But yeah, that is from Vinegar Syndrome Ultra. That's their VSU line. And let's see, what else do we have here that we can talk about? Oh, let's talk about The Gambler. So Cinematographe is putting out a 4K UHD release of The Gambler, which is a Carol Rise film starring James Caan, Paul Sorvino, Laura Hutton, Burt Young's in the movie. And I talked about this movie years ago. Because Imprint put this out. And I have my copy, actually. Let me go get it. Let me go get my copy from Imprint. So, yeah, Imprint put this out a number of years ago. I want to say 2022, 23. Let me actually get an actual date on this because I've had this in my collection for a couple of years. I always thought it was a super underrated movie. Let's see. Yeah, 2021. Holy heck. Yeah, this was an early release. This is number 49. So I've had this since probably around that time. Yeah, super underrated movie. Like I said, starring James Caan. Let me just read the back here. Axel Fried is an intelligent and well-respected professor of literature and who uses great writing as a springboard for examining moral and philosophical issues in his class, but when he's not in front of the chalkboard, Axel has a serious problem. He's hopelessly addicted to gambling. Yeah, that is basically this movie, is that James Caan plays this man who has a gambling addiction. And he just gets deeper and deeper and he can't dig himself out. This movie and Uncut Gems would make a great double feature because they're both led by characters who just can't get out of their own way. They can't stop digging themselves deeper and deeper into one hole. And every time they have the opportunity, or every time they do dig themselves out, they dig themselves right back in. And yeah, this is a super underrated movie. I'm glad that they're putting this out, but I already have it. So um do I upgrade to the 4K? Let's see what they got in terms of the special features. So 2 disc set, 4K and Blu-ray. There's a new audio commentary by film critic Glenn Kenny. Excuse me. Archival audio commentary by film critic Matthew Asprey Gear from 2021. Now, is that on here? Yes, it is. That's the commentary that's on here. Downward Spiral, a new video interview with film programmer Eric Hines, founder of the Cannes Film Festival at the Museum of the Moving Image. That's Cannes with Caan, so James Caan. Let's see, The Gambler versus the Gambler, a new video essay from film historian Sam Deegan comparing the 1974 original and 2014 remake of The Gambler. That's the 2014 film. That's the one with Mark Wahlberg. That's the one with Mark Wahlberg. After the Game, an archival video essay from the film historian Chris O'Neill, recorded in 2021. That is also on here. Okay. On the Morning After, Composing the Gambler, an archival interview from Jerry Fielding's score with music film historian John Burlingham, James Caan, and On Charlie Rose, a full 26-minute interview between actor James Caan and journalist Charlie Rose from 1996. Carol Rise on Carol Rise on Carol Rise, a 2-hour-long audio interview with the filmmaker recorded in 1991. Booklet with new text essays by film critic Aisha Harris, Jordan Hoffman, Adam Naiman, and Scott Tobias. Okay, so there is... Let's see, so all of the special features on here are on the Vinegar Syndrome release, except for one. Yeah, except for one. So there's a special feature on the imprint release, says in on the cut, a new interview with assistant editor Sue Kingsley. That is not on the Vinegar Syndrome release, but everything else is. Okay. Good to know. Good to know. So that is The Gambler. Let's see, what else do we have here? Okay. Okay, so Terror Firmer. Here we go. So Terror Firmer, this is gonna be a quick one. Terror Firmer is a trauma film directed by Lloyd Kaufman. When did this come out? Came out in 1998. It is trash like you would not believe. So if you know Trauma doesn't even make B movies. Trauma makes, I would say, C movies, if that's such a thing. If there's lower than C movies, then that's where they are. Trauma is a unique company. We've talked about them many times. Of course, their most notorious movie and probably property ever is The Toxic Avenger. The Toxic Avenger has had several sequels, and I think it even had an animated series, and also just had it just had a remake as well with Peter Dinklage as the Toxic Avenger. Anywho, they've made like Poultrygeist, they've made Romeo and Juliet, they've made so many just absolute trash movies over the years. Like I said, that's their thing. That is their thing. And this movie is like one of the king of their types of movies. It's called Terror Firmer, and it is nuts. It is nuts. And it's also a movie about making movies, which is fascinating to me. A fledgling film crew led by lovable yet blind director Larry Benjamin, is actually Lloyd Kaufman himself, is hard at work making, or at least trying to make Benjamin's latest and most ridiculous movie. But the problems with a difficult cast, an inexperienced and distracted crew, special effects that don't quite work, and more are soon upended when members of the production team begin to be murdered in increasingly strange and convoluted ways. A rickety production grinds to a halt, and tensions and distrust flare. The mystery assailant continues to strike Will Larry and his ragtag team of creative misfits be able to band together and unmask the monstrous force hellbent on killing off the movie's cast and crew before everyone left is reduced to piles of bloody pulp? Now, this movie's got every type of non yeah, this movie's got every type of filth you can imagine in it. It's got blood, it's got guts, it's got gore, it's got sex, it's got feces, it's got everything in it. It is nuts. Non PC. It's transphobic, trans inclusive. It's positive. It's negative. It's pro LGBTQ. It's negative LGBTQ. It's everything in between. It is nuts. The movie is nuts, impossible to describe to people. All I'm saying is if you know trauma, you kind of know what you're getting yourself into. Um, but if you don't know what trauma is, this movie will disgust the absolute hell out of you. It will, yeah, it will turn you away. But this is a loaded special features release. It's a 3-disc set. It's a 4K UHD and 2 Blu-rays. It's 4K UHD presented in Dolby Vision. Wow, holy shit. I couldn't imagine what this movie's going to look like in 4K in high dynamic range. Newly scanned and restored in 4K from its 35mm original camera negative. There was one, two, three commentary tracks, one by Lloyd Kaufman, one by editor Gabriel Friedman and associate editor Sean McGrath. Commentary track with actors Will Keenan, Debbie Rochon, and Trent Haga. Cinema Through Chaos, 48-minute brand new retrospective documentary on the making of the movie featuring everybody. Lloyd Gets Spooked, 17 minutes. It's a new featurette detailing the Minneapolis premiere of Terror Firmer in January of 2000. It says the Zorkive newly discovered on-set interviews from Tromaville's owns Eric Zork Allen made during the filming of the movie. Interviewed a bunch of actors and actresses and people there and whatnot. Terra Firma, it says Terra Firma with inserted deleted scenes sourced from standard definition video with an optional commentary track by editor Gabriel Friedman and associate editor Sean McGrath. So it runs 124 minutes long. So it's an extra 10 minutes. The movie is 114 minutes long. Don't ask me why it's nearly 2 hours. Don't ask me why. So you get an extra 10 minutes of deleted scenes kind of spliced into where they need to go. It says Farts of Darkness, The Making of Terra Firma, which is an hour and a half feature-length archival making of documentary, 99 minutes. Wow. No wonder why there's 2 Blu-rays. A look behind the scenes 20 years later, alternate unused mock behind the scenes footage, audition footage, bloopers, interview with actress Charlotte Kaufman, deleted scenes, storyboard comparison, gyno talk with actress Alice LaTorelle, archival introduction by Lloyd Kaufman, theatrical trailer, teaser trailer, 40-page book, reversible sleeve artwork. Like I said, this thing is loaded with special features. And that is Terra Firma, the trauma film directed by Lloyd Kaufman. Insane. Then you have The Phantom of the Opera, which is the Dario Argento film adaptation of the Phantom of the Opera. Based on the 1910 novel of the same name, The Phantom of the Opera sees Italian horror maestro Dario Argento turn his masterful directorial hand to a period piece while still injecting proceedings with all the expected visual flair and gruesome gore, featuring lead performances from Asia Argento and Julian Sands as the titular villain, alongside expert cinematography from veteran DP Ronnie Taylor, and a lush orchestral score from Ennio Morricone. Wow. Vinegar Syndrome is thrilled to raise the curtain on Argento's The Phantom of the Opera, restored in 4K from its original camera negative, and loaded with a bewitching array of new and archival bonus features. The movie's not great. Okay? It's okay. It's not my favorite adaptation. It's not even a faithful adaptation. It's a unique adaptation where Julian Sands is the Phantom doesn't wear the mask. He's not like covered up, and it's a weird version of the movie where the Phantom is abandoned as a baby and is raised by rats. So he grows up and acts like a man acting like a rat, and he starts killing people like rats would kill people. It's weird and kind of dumb if you think about it. But the positive aspects of the movie is that um Asia Argento and Julian Sands' sexual chemistry and the passion between the characters is all there on screen. It's a very sexy depiction of that relationship. And it comes across quite genuine to the point where, where tragedy happens. It's very emotional and believable. And there's beautiful costumes and, nice style by Dario Argento. It's just like the story is not quite there. Like I said, the whole I don't know why he decided to go that route with the Phantom. But anywho, there are some moments of this that are rather good, some moments of it that aren't. It feels actually more like a some of it feels like a Terry Gilliam version of the Phantom of the Opera because it has that weird vibe to it sometimes. You needs to say movies all over the place, but there are some good parts of it, specifically Julian Sands and Asia Argento. I actually liked in the movie. Um, but yeah, let's see what we got for special features. Let's see, two disc set, one 4K, one Blu-ray, 4K UHD, Dolby Vision high dynamic range, newly scanned and restored in 4K from its original camera negative, 35 millimeter camera negative. Commentary track with film historians Troy Haworth and Nathaniel Thompson. Of Screams and Arias, an interview with actress Nadia Rinaldi. Acts of Fear, an interview with actor Gianni Franco, an interview with special effects artist Sergio Stivoletti, an interview with editor Anna Napoli, and an interview with camera operator Marco Pironi, an archival interview with director/screenwriter Dario Argento, an archival interview with production designer Antonello Chaling, an archival interview with producer Giuseppe Colombo, alternate English titles, reversible inside sleeve. No booklet in here. Interesting. At least doesn't mention one. So that is Dario Argento's The Phantom of the Opera from 1998. So I did not get to see any of the movies in the Made in Hong Kong Volume 2 set, and I did not get to see anything in the Pink Lines, the films of Hisayasu Sato Volume 3. So we'll skip those for now, unfortunately. Not enough time. Not enough time. You want to do it all, but you don't end up being able to accomplish all of it. So we will go to the partner label titles. There were 25 partner label titles, and I got to watch nearly half of them. I think like 11, maybe 12. We'll see. Let's see how much we can do here. Yeah, let's see what we can do here. There are some things I do want to catch up on comment wise. Acres of Movies says Tank Girl is terrific. I do tend to agree. I want Back to the Beach Special Edition. And Acres of Movies said Fun City Married to the Mob Special Edition has a problem where you listen to the commentary and meets the audio for the main movie. That's interesting. What's better, Nurse Betty or Nine Queens? I don't think I've seen either. Although I remember Nurse Betty. I remember when that came out. Do you talk to Seven? Do you think they will make a new Stuntman Special Edition? The DVD they have is epic for that. I mean, the only person who we talked to at Severin is Andrew Furtado. We had him on here four times. But typically, Severin does upgrade their DVDs to Blu-ray and their Blu-rays to 4Ks. They've done that a lot, actually. Whether they do that with this specific title, I have no idea. But they tend to upgrade their DVDs to Blu-rays most of the time. Let's see. Theoretically, if that man would have been given a wider release, do you think it would have done well? Perhaps. It barely played at 2 or 3 cinemas when it was out. Yeah, that's unfortunate. Let's see. Oh, Stuntman. She means Acres of Movies means Stuntman. Gotcha. Let's see. Yeah, Lloyd is intense, which is kind of crazy because if you've ever seen like Lloyd Kaufman, he doesn't seem like an intense person at all. Like he seems like very much the opposite. If you've ever seen him in interviews, if you've ever seen him do special features, if you've ever seen him, I guess just in life, he doesn't seem like the most intense person. Seems like a rather chill guy. And he seems rather cool actually. Let's see. Let's see. Partner labels. So, like I said, 25 of them. Let me run them down, and then we'll go through the ones I did get to see, and some of the other ones I do want to point out, just in case people are interested in them. So, from several futures, we have Seven Walks with Mark Brown. From IFC Films, we have After School. From Brainstorm Media, we have Birthright. From AGFA, we have Blast Off Girls plus The Girl, the Body, and the Pill. From Cartooner, we have Boys Go to Jupiter. From Canny, we have Bye Bye Love. From Club Super 8, we have Christina Lindbergh, the original eye patch wearing butt kicking movie babe. From Shudder, we have The Dead Thing. From Dark Sky, we have A Desert. From Factory 25, we have Doomsdays. From Film Movement, we have the early films of Lee Isaac Chung. From Watermelon Pictures, we have The Encampments. From Canadian International Pictures, we have Ghost Keeper. From Yellow Veil Pictures, we have A Grand Mockery. From Film Movement Classics, we have The Great Silence. From Utopia, we have In Our Blood. From IFC Films, we have The Last Mistress. From Dark Star, we have Love Kills plus Between Us. From ETR Media, we had She Came from the Woods. From Wild Eye Releasing, we have Smokey and Mirrors, the story of Tom Savini. From Dark Star, we have Someone's Knocking at the Door plus The Deep Ones. From Film Movement, we have Stranger Eyes. From Glass Eye Picks, we have Triggerman. From Film Movement, we have An Unfinished Film. And then lastly here, from Saturn's Core, we have Your Life is on the Line, a Joe Christ anthology. And that's obviously kind of what the title suggests. It's a collection of movies from the director Joe Christ. These movies range from 1988 through 1995. Getting to watch these theology releases is kind of tough because typically these things aren't available online anywhere. So unfortunately, I wasn't able to see it. So let's go. We'll kind of bounce around a little bit, but let's typically go in reverse order since we're down here. And there's only like one of these that I've seen amongst these here, so I'll talk about it. And that's the movie Triggerman. The reason why I watched this movie Triggerman, put out by Glass Eye Picks, it is Ty West's second feature film that he directed. And Ty West, many of you probably know him much better now for directing the X trilogy in the movie X, Pearl, and Maxine. The movies all starring Mia Goth in the main role of each movie. Yeah. And this is his second film, which came out in 2000. The thing is, I've seen like 3 different years for this. I've seen 2006, I've seen 2007, and I've seen 2008. So we'll just go with what it says here, 2006. And this movie is low budget. By low budget, I mean it's a camera in the woods with 3 people walking. That is it. This is the type of movie that you and your friends would make if you were just trying to make a movie and didn't really have any money to make it with. If you were trying to make a student film, it very, very much feels like a student film from the 2000s. As someone who went to college in circa 2006 or was there in 2006, I saw a lot of people making movies at that time like this. In the same vein, and they would pop it up onto YouTube or pop it up onto a Vimeo. Maybe not circa 2006. I think that's kind of a little too early for those platforms, but you understand what I'm saying? Like kind of the late 2000s era. That seems like that's what people would do. But this movie is very much in that vein. So the premise is Ty West Triggerman leads the charge in a new wave of stripped down, scary movies fueled by seat of the pants filmmaking ingenuity. Very much seat of the pants, like one camera, people walking. Reggie, Sean, and Ray leave Manhattan for a day trip of deer hunting in Delaware. Expecting to drink a few beers in the woods, free of the city life responsibilities that are slowly forcing the childhood friends apart. But with one well-aimed shot, a walk in the sun is transformed into a frantic, desperate fight for survival, as Triggerman morphs from a character-driven rural amble into a smartly compact and radical survival thriller. Writer, director, and editor Ty West expertly exploits audience expectations using minimalist handheld photography to relentlessly build tension to a genuinely terrifying payoff. This movie runs 80 minutes long, and honestly, nothing really happens until about the 37-minute mark. That's when the inciting incident occurs. The gunshot that they refer to actually happens. Up until that point, like I said, it is just three friends walking in the woods. Very minimal dialogue, very minimal filmmaking is really going on here. It's very stripped down, very minimalistic, and yeah, you kind of have to be in tune with that type of filmmaking and to kind of watch it, or else you're going to be probably bored out of your mind because there's nothing happening. And I understand if people would take that mindset with it, or people would have that opinion because um, it's not for everyone. It's not for everyone. And Ty West kind of started off his career by doing these types of minimalistic horror films. Even his movie House of the Devil is very minimalistic. I thought that was low budget when I first watched it, and then I'm watching this and I'm like, okay, no, that has more budget than this does, and that looked low budget as well. But yeah, it's interesting more from a perspective of like, wow, this is someone's early film. Like, what would this director become later on, making movies like X and Pearl and Maxine. So it's interesting to see kind of that career trajectory after you've seen this movie. You see where they start, now you see where they are. It's very interesting from that regard. The movie itself is not much to write home about because it's kind of nothing really happening other than when things start to get going, it becomes more interesting, I would say. It becomes like a person on the run in the woods trying to escape and trying to survive, but done in a very, very minimalistic way. And done in a very, guerrilla style, shaky cam, one camera look, like, fast paced, not a lot of polishedness, polished editing or anything like that. So you kind of have to prepare yourself for those things. Now, for special features here, we've got a commentary with Ty West and Larry Fessenden recorded in 2025. I think Larry Fessenden was a producer on the movie. Commentary with Ty West, sound designer Graham Resnick, actors Reggie Cunningham, Ray Sullivan, Sean Reed, recorded in 2007. And then you get Triggerman behind the scenes, theatrical trailer, Q&A from the Los Angeles Film Festival, and you get a Prey short, which is a short film by Ty West. So you get another short film in here by Ty West. Booklet featuring new writing by Isaac Feldberg. And that is the movie Triggerman. Let's see. I didn't see any of these other ones here. I do want to mention Last Mistress. I didn't get to see it, but this is a movie by Catherine Breillat. Catherine Breillat, the famed French director who is always notorious for pushing the envelope beyond pushing the envelope. Catherine Breillat has made some of the most, like the rattling films that you'll ever see. Really films that challenge you as a viewer. One of the boldest filmmakers of our time in Catherine Breillat. And this movie, from what it looks like, is kind of probably going to be one of those ones. It really does. She does. Catherine Breillat does not make movies that don't rattle you. That's not her thing. So this is a movie called The Last Mistress. It's put out by IFC Films. I wanted to make sure people were aware that that's coming out. If you're a Catherine Breillat fan, you want to check it out. The Great Silence. This is a master work of a movie. So The Great Silence is something I have already seen because The Great Silence, the Sergio Corbucci spaghetti western starring Klaus Kinski, Jean-Louis Trintignant. Who else is in this movie? So many people. This is an excellent film. It's already gotten a Blu-ray release by several people. So The Great Silence has gotten a Blu-ray release by Film Movement before. They put this out years ago, and I think, yeah, they put it out in 2018, and so this release here is coming with all of those special features, plus I think some new ones, and it is a 4K release. The Great Silence also got a Blu-ray release from Eureka a couple of times before. They got one in 2021 and then a standard release in 2022. So let's go and see what Yeah, it's on an unforgiving, snow-swept frontier. A group of bloodthirsty bounty hunters led by the vicious loco Klaus Kinski, big shock there, prey on the band of persecuted outlaws who have taken to the hills. Only a mute gunslinger named Silence, Jean-Louis Trintignant, stands between the innocent refugees and the corrupt bounty hunters. But in this harsh, brutal world, the lines between right and wrong are not always clear, and good does not always triumph. Featuring superb photography and a haunting score from the maestro Ennio Morricone's, director Sergio Corbucci's bleak, brilliant, and violent vision of an immoral, honorless West is widely considered to be among the best and most influential westerns ever made. I would agree with that. So for special features and details, here's the two disc set, 4K UHD, and then a Blu-ray disc. Austin Fisher on The Great Silence, Howard Hughes, Richard New audio commentary, Mike Siegel audio commentary, Alex Cox live audio commentary at the Hollywood Theater. Cox on Corbucci, filmmaker and author Alex Cox talks about Sergio Corbucci's career in The Great Silence. Western Italian Style, which is a 1968 documentary on Italian westerns. Two alternate endings restored in 2K with sound. There's a booklet with essays by Nick Newman, Elena Lajic, and Philippe Furtado. The Great Silence original theatrical trailer, the Great Silence 2018 theatrical trailer, and then there's Italian and English language versions. Yeah, this movie is a must own. It's The Great Silence. Unfortunately, both the limited edition and the standard edition are sold out from Vinegar Syndrome's website, but I think the standard edition will be available in a wider release. It will be available, like you can buy it on Amazon and places like that. So keep your eye out for The Great Silence and make sure it's the 4K release that and not the old Blu-ray release. Just because I guess you may want the better quality. You know what I mean? The next group of films here, I do want to mention a couple of these. So, The Ghost Keeper, which is Canadian International Pictures' newest release, oh wow, is also sold out of their limited edition. Only has standards left. Wow, these things sell out so damn fast. Um, so this is a movie that's fascinating horror film from Canada from 1981. Very low key. So there's these group of three people are vacationing in uh like the Canadian mountains essentially, and they get stranded by heavy snowfall at this hotel. This like seemingly looks like an abandoned hotel, and but it's not abandoned. But before long, they meet a menacing woman who shares the hotel with her knife-wielding son, and a mysterious creature who feeds on human flesh. As the visiting trio comes under attack, they struggle to make a safe escape and maintain their grip on reality. So, it's the classic you're in the wrong place at the wrong time. you've gotta you've gotta survive and where there's crazy people around and you are isolated in the snowy Canadian mountains. The place gives the impression of the Overlook Hotel from The Shining, and the movie's got that creepy, eerie vibe of The Shining as well. And yeah, it's a very simple movie, but mysterious and eerie, and and I don't know, I dug it. I kind of really dug it. It is available to stream, but the stream doesn't look the version doesn't look very good. It's filled with like low resolution pops and cracks and all kinds of issues. I'm assuming this is going to be a nicer restored version of the movie. It says Region A Blu-ray, newly scanned and restored in 4K from the only known complete 35 millimeter theatrical print. Wow. It's got two new audio commentary. There's a ton of features here. Two new audio commentaries, a new episode of the New World Pictures podcast on Ghost Keeper, Ghost Sneaker, new interview with film historian Chris Alexander, Window of Opportunity, new interview with story consultant Dave Makachuk, I Need It Friday, new interview with composer Paul Zaza. Zaza begins. Zaza reflects on his early films. It says Hollywood Canadians filmmakers Paul Lynch and David Winning reflect on Jim Makachuk. Calgary Underground Film Festival Q&A. That's a 2000 from 2024. Archival interview with actress Georgia Collins. Archival interview with cinematographer John Holbrook. Alternate opening, Ghost Keeper, Jim Makachuk, and Kickstarter video pitching a sequel. Wow. Apparently he wanted to launch a sequel in 2013. There's a 2-minute early film from Jim Makachuk called Night School. There's a booklet featuring a new essay by film journalist programmer Yasmina Katisha and an essay on the film's production history by Eric Vollmers, reversible cover artwork. It's an alternate French language audio track as well, for those of you so inclined. But this is the movie Ghost Keeper. Like they say, it's a nice little, like, tight Canadian horror film. Creepy, eerie, screwed up, messed up, dealing with some supernatural things maybe going on here, some surreal shit maybe going on. It's very mysterious. Even after watching the movie, I still don't know what the heck that the ending means. Anywho, 87 minutes long. That's with credits, so it clocks in more so around 80 minutes. Nice 80-minute movie. That's from Canadian International Pictures. Oh, next we've got The Encampments. So The Encampments is being put out by Watermelon Pictures. This is a documentary from 2025. It's a documentary from last year. I think it came out last April or May in theatrical form. Now, this is a documentary that is about the protests on college campuses about the what's going on in the Middle East between Israel and Palestine. It says here from executive producer Macklemore. They didn't have to put that there, but whatever. The Encampments offers an intimate look at America's student movement sparked at Columbia University, as students, among them being Mahmoud Khalil, protested their university's ties to the war on Gaza. So this movie is, when the clock's in about 90 minutes. The version I watched was shorter than that. But anywho, it is a documentary about what is happening. Not so much what is happening in the Middle East, because that's so much more complex than I think you can put in a 90-minute documentary, but it's more focused upon the protest happening, particularly at Columbia University here in the United States, and why it is why that is important and what they are protesting against. Because it's not only about what is happening in the Middle East, but it's about also what is happening at Columbia University, specifically when it comes to Columbia University's investments, like shadowy investments in various places in certain things. If you don't know this, the endowment at private universities are massive, specifically at places like Columbia University. We're talking tens of billions of dollars, even more so. We're talking massive amounts of money here, and they utilize that money for various things. Like they invest in certain places, and perhaps some of that money is going to negative things, particularly to things that are harmful to other people in other places. And the thing is those big time, universities or even big time companies in general, they do not disclose where they're investing their money. And the students wanted that stuff to be disclosed. They want those things disclosed. And so there's massive protests about that, of course, about what's happening in the Middle East between Israel and Palestine, which, like I said, it's a very complex situation. It goes back it goes back a century, but really more than that. But in terms of modern context, from modern things, mostly what's happening from a modern perspective in the Middle East goes back to World War One and after World War One. I could go. There's a whole big thing going on there. But anywho, needless to say, this documentary is about all of those things. Like I said, it's about a lot of complex things, and the documentary is giving us a lot of um, information, almost too much information that can be contained in this 190-minute documentary. That's one of its kind of negatives, but also its positives, because the information is important. The thing is the way in which the information is presented to us, it's kind of fast and furious. You know what I mean? So from a documentary filmmaking perspective, I think that's where the movie loses it a little bit. But damn, the message is very important. The message is very important, and it is highlighting also the idea of, in the United States there is a lot of oppression of free thought, protesting, all of those things. For a country that is supposedly based on the principles of freedom and the principles of you know autonomy and all those things. There's a lot of oppression that goes on in this country from institutional perspective, from government perspective, from authority perspective. There's a lot of that. So when you ever hear like what is like the slogans of America? Oh, it's freedom and equality. It's all this kind of stuff. It is, but there's a lot of oppression that goes on, and it's been that way for a very long time. For a very long time. It's not only in the modern times. It's been that way for a long, long time. Honestly, it's been that way since its founding. It's been that way since the founding. That's a whole other story for a whole other time. I mean, just from a historical perspective, I could go on and on forever. But this is not a political podcast. It's a movie podcast. Some would say they are one and the same. But that is the Encampments. Let's see what we have here for special features. So it's just the Blu-ray disc, 6 bonus scenes, director and participant commentary, exclusive clip from Bisan Auda, and that's it. And that's it. Like I said, this is a relatively new documentary from last year, from 2025. I did not get to see these movies, but this is important for me to note. Film Movement's also putting out the early films of Lee Isaac Chung. And now you've been wondering, who's Lee Isaac Chung? He directed the movie Minari. The movie Minari, starring Stephen Yeun, is excellent. That movie is probably a modern masterwork. It truly is a beautiful modern art house film. Um, Truly fantastic film. And he also directed the movie Twisters, which less of a modern masterwork, I would say. But I mean, you make your little indie hit, and then the big companies start coming and they start throwing money at you. You can't blame somebody for taking the cash. You really can't. You can, but whatever. Let's see. Released for the first time ever in North America as a box set, the early films of Lee Isaac Chung includes the Oscar-nominated filmmaker's first 3 award-winning films before he went on to direct his Academy Award-winning hit Minari. The films are, oh boy, I'm going to butcher this name. It says Munrangabo, Mun, boy, Munyarangabo, and then Lucky Life, and then Abigail Harm. Those are the 3 movies. And they range from 2007 to 2012. No special features. Oh, no, I lied. The first film, which I cannot pronounce, Munyarangabo, Yorangbo, boy, I'm butchering it, has a director's commentary and the behind the scenes featurette. Lucky Life has a commentary by Lee Isaac Chung, and then Abigail Harm has a commentary by Lee Isaac Chung as well. I didn't get to see these movies. They actually are all streaming. You can find them streaming. I think the first 2 are actually on Tubi. You can watch them for free. And then I think the third one you may have to rent. Yeah. So that's put out. That is the early films of Lee Isaac Chung by Film Movement. Then you have the movie Doomsdays by Factory 25. Talk about a stripped down movie. This movie is very stripped down. I should have got more tissues. Mine are running out here. I didn't think my eyes would be this dry today. I always forget that spending 3 hours or so in front of a computer screen constantly dries my eyes out like crazy. Let's see. So this is the movie Doomsdays, directed by Eddie Mullins. Now let's see. The film follows 2 vagabonds, Dirty Fred and Brujo, who wander around looting vacation homes in the Catskill Mountains. Their commitment to the lifestyle is challenged, however, when a runaway teen and an aimless young woman join their ranks. So yeah, these 2 guys, you don't really know much about them. You don't know much about their backstory. You don't know kind of anything about what the heck they're doing, other than the fact that they're just going through vacation homes in the Catskills, and they're just robbing homes, or they're like staying in homes. They're kind of squatting basically, and they don't drive anywhere. They walk everywhere. They they steal people's alcohol and food and break into people's homes. These are like wealthy vacation homes in the Catskills. So it's I mean, it's not morally right, but you know what I'm saying. Um, um, it's interesting. And what's interesting about like what their life philosophy may be. Why are they doing this? Is it a Chris McCandless situation from um that movie and that book that I can't remember? No, it's not Call of the Wild. What's the movie called? Let's see, I always get off on these tangents. I can't remember. Let's see. the movie. The movie directed by Sean Penn. Sean Penn has not directed many movies in his career. So this shouldn't be easy. Shouldn't be difficult to find. I think I lied because he's directed more than I thought. Into the Wild. That's what it is. Into the Wild, based off the book Into the Wild. Chris McCandless, he had that life philosophy about wanting to like throw everything away and go live off the grid and all this kind of stuff. People also don't really like him. Anywho, like, do they have that type of life philosophy, or are they just kind of doing it just to do it? We don't really know. But their way of life kind of gets disrupted because they take on, like, a teen, and then a woman kind of gets in the mix there as well, and they end up kind of traveling around and breaking into places together, but things get complicated and whatnot, as you know, as human relationships tend to be. The longer you're around somebody, things are gonna evolve. It's just the way things are. It's the way things are. But like I said, it's a really relatively low key movie. Um, you know, not a lot of production value, not a big production at all. These people are just kind of walking around the woods, walking into people's homes. Not a big cast, not a lot of fancy filmmaking techniques going on. Relatively low key. But the acting I thought was rather good. The acting I thought was really good. Unfortunately, it doesn't look like as much here in terms of special features. You just get the Blu-ray, you get the original Doomsday short film. It says Erection and Destruction, a 2024 short film starring Joshua Burge and Chloe Levine. And then you've got a 32-page booklet with text by Joel Potricus and Malcolm Harris, an interview with writer-director Eddie Mullins by Grady Hendrix, and a list of the film's cinematic influences. I'm curious what the cinematic influences are. But anywho, that's the movie Doomsday, is put out by Factory 25. Let's see. Did I watch this? Sometimes you forget what you watch and what you didn't watch. I did watch this. Okay. Yeah. So this is the movie called A Desert. A photographer on a road trip across the American Southwest is thrust into the nihilistic underbelly of America and drags his wife and shady private detective down into this nightmare world within. Yes. Directed by Joshua Erkman. This is a very eerie, kind of low, like lower version, stripped down version, art house version of a Rob Zombie film. Like, it's more artistically well done, less exploitative, less over the top, takes less influence from, 70s grindhouse gore, and is really more of an artistic art house version of that idea, at least. Because there's a character in here that is straight out of a Rob Zombie film. Like, he's straight out of The Devil's Rejects. He could be in that family. But the movie is you could tell it's a lower budgeted film, an indie film, an interesting film, and there's some beautiful, haunting, artistic shots in this film, very much so. It's kind of Rob Zombie by way of No Country for Old Men, if that makes sense. I know it's tough to describe. You almost kind of have to see it for yourself. But what we have here for special features, this movie is actually relatively new. It came out last year. And I remember it because our friend Celeste Lacabre actually has a short video review of it on her channel under her shorts tab. And so at least somebody I know has actually seen it in a theater. There's 3 audio commentaries here. There's an audio commentary with Joshua Erkman and film critic Anton Battelle. There's an audio commentary with the crew of A Desert, audio commentary with the cast of A Desert, Death of the New West on the photography of A Desert, a booklet with new writing by film critic Alexandra Heller Nicholas. Okay, see, that's got me intrigued about what she has to say about this movie, because there's a lot to digest in this film, because there's an underlying theme in here of the death of the West or the Southwest, because this photographer in this movie, he had this idea to make this book, basically this photography book about abandoned places in the West or the Southwest, like these old abandoned buildings, and it's very interesting film. It's called A Desert, being put out by Dark Star. Shudder is putting out The Dead Thing. Now, this is worth noting because this is directed by Elric Kane. Elric Kane is the co-host of the podcast Pure Cinema podcast with Brian Sauer, who also hosts the Just the Discs podcast as well. Brian Sauer, he's been a fixture in the movie collecting community for a rather long time. Certainly an inspiration behind chasing labels and whatnot. But Elric Kane directed this movie called. It says a young woman lost in a series of meaningless connections falls in love with a charismatic and sensitive man who hides a dark secret that turns her affair into a dangerous obsession. Yeah, I'll leave it at that. I don't want to give away any of the mystery behind this movie or any revelation, because it's nice to go into this movie without knowing a certain twist in it. I knew the twist going into it because of just reading on Letterboxd, kind of spoiled it for myself. But if you don't know it, perhaps it will get you, or perhaps it will intrigue you at the very least. Competently well made, competently well made. I think the actress, who's the main actress that this movie focused around, the actress named Blue Hunt, I thought she was incredible actually in the movie. Like, she's really, really good. That was a really nice surprise. It's streaming on Shudder, so you can watch it on there. And let's see, there's an audio commentary with director, writer, and producer. It just says commentary with director, writers, producers, and editor. Behind the scenes featurette which is stills and video, which goes 8 minutes long. Deleted scenes with optional audio commentary. A booklet with new writing by film critic Travis Woods. Okay, that's the movie, The Dead Thing. I mean, the title also kind of gives it away. Gee. So I did not get to see Club Super 8. Christine Lindbergh, the original eye patch wearing butt kicking movie babe. I tried to find it to watch it. It's not available to stream. It's not available to rent. Not available anywhere. That's unfortunate. I did see the movie Bye Bye Love, though, by Connie. And so Connie/Candy is one of the best partner labels. They really are. They put out such unique, interesting movies. So the sole feature film directed by Isao Fujisawa, who learned his craft as an assistant director to Hiroshi Teshigahara on new wave classics such as Woman in the Dunes and The Face of Another. Bye Bye Love is a deeply personal reckoning with sexual identity, bridging the distance between Pierrot Le Faux, Bonnie and Clyde, and the Funeral Parade of Roses. With an impeccable sense of style, a splash of Godardian color, as well as a strong anti-imperialist and existentialist themes. Excuse me. This iconic Jishu Iga self-produced film was long thought lost until recently shepherded towards restoration by director and programmer Akihiro Suzuki, a new landmark of Japanese queer cinema. It is now distributed in North America for the very first time in 50 years. Damn. Yeah, the movie's excellent. The premise is lost and nihilistic drifter Utamara chances upon Giku, a female presenting shoplifter who immediately catches his eye. One thing leads to another, and the couple soon find themselves on the lam for murder. This provides for a delightful pretext to explore notions of societal malaise, free love, and gender fluidity in a rapidly evolving 1970s Japan, as both Utamaro and Giku begin to know each other on the road by way of a variety of encounters, alternating between surrealistic, psychedelic, and sexual. Yeah, this movie is kind of a beautiful masterwork. And I really want to revisit it because, watching a lot of stuff here for chasing labels, during my prep work for it, you don't get a lot of time to really analyze these films on a closer lens. You don't get the time to sit with a lot of these movies and then go back and rethink it and relook at it and all this kind of stuff. For me, specifically when it comes to having to watch as many partner labels as I can in a short amount of time, it's like just watch one right after the other, one right after the other. So something like this film takes some time and some patience and some real meaningful thought into digesting this film because it is that good of a movie. It's really that good of a film. I would recommend this film for fans of Jean-Luc Godard, for fans of Japanese cinema, for fans of surrealist cinema like Buñuel. If you like the movie Bonnie and Clyde, if you like The Honeymoon Killers, if you like, Gun Crazy, if you like any of those types of movies where this couple has to go on the run, even the remake of Breathless, like is very much in vein with this, but it's got a cultural vibe to it that is very unique about reflecting the times of Japan in which the movie is set in. Really good film. Really good film. Um, yeah, it even mentions like the new queer films of Greg Araki and Gus Van Sant. Someone mentioned that here in a little blurb. That's also in here as well. If you like queer cinema, this movie is definitely in that vein. Unfortunately, not much here for special features, which I understand. This movie's kind of been gone for 50 years. If the fact that we're getting the movie seems like a win, it seems like that's the miracle. That's the real prize here. So you've got the movie on Blu-ray, 2K restoration, introduction by director and programmer Akihiro Suzuki, interview with director Isao Fujisawa, booklet with new writing by Akihiro Suzuki. Yeah, this is the movie Bye Bye Love. This is how many copies left of this? Okay, 269. So I've got to perhaps pre-order that. Next is the movie Boys Go to Jupiter. Now this is a quirky, low-budgeted, lo-fi, um, cute animated film that came out last year. Um, I like it. I like it. I like it. It's kind of random. Like let me just read the synopsis here. It's the day after Christmas in suburban Florida, and Billy 5000 and his friends drift through the sun-bleached limbo between holidays by slacking, shoplifting, and beatboxing. In between sneaking into pools and zoning out on the beach, Billy hustles for tips on the food-on-demand app Grubster, determined to make exactly $5,000 before New Year's Eve as he zigzags across town on his hoverboard, delivering fast food to a cast of oddball locals. A routine drop-off at the Dolphin Groves Juice Company leads to an unexpected reunion with Rosebud, his childhood crush, and a mysterious alien creature named Donut that's stowed away in his backpack. Needless to say, after that, zaniness ensues. It's a weird, quirky, like I said, the weird, quirky lo-fi film. Um, it's a children's film, but it's also so odd in its aesthetic that it won't be for everyone. It certainly won't be for every child or even every adult. But I liked it. I liked it. It's got, let's see, for special features, it comes out on Blu-ray. It says Julian Glander short. Julian Glander is the director. It's got a list of their short films here that's included: Street Demon, Bloop's Birthday, Sky Baby, Working Myself into a Puddle, and then a list of some music videos that are special features too. Winter Circus, No Batteries, Egg Song, Beverages that have different flavors, commentary with Julian Glander, Paizen Yang Lazo, and Max Wittert. Yeah. Let's see, what else we got here? Okay, we're close to the end. So, okay, I didn't get to see the act for release. I didn't get to see Birthright from Brainstorm Media, even though it is streaming, so it is available to watch. I did, although, get to see IFC Films' After School. Fascinating movie. This movie, hold on, let me get to you guys here. So, this movie, let me read the premise and then we'll get into it. Rob Prep is a school kid obsessed with online pornography and violent videos. When he accidentally films a drug overdose by popular girls on his camera, his obsessions become reality. Okay, kind of. So, this movie is also not for everyone. This movie came out in 2008. It's set in 2006. Setting mid 2006 prep school, boarding school, actually. The lead of the movie is Ezra Miller. Young Ezra Miller is in this film. A couple of other young actors you may recognize in the film as well. Rosemary DeWitt, but also what's his name is in the film as well from The Bear and from Shameless. In Jeremy Allen White, young Jeremy Allen White, years before he was in Shameless, and of course now he's in The Bear, and then he's making movies, being nominated for stuff. Anywho, heck, he just played Bruce Springsteen in a biopic, and that's beside the point. But this movie is shot like documentary style, like it's shot with like a handy cam style from the mid 2000s. It's shot like the movie Elephant, the Gus Van Sant movie Elephant, and this movie very similar. as well as the movie that I just talked about called The Dirties, that's being put out by Umbrella. All of these movies are very similar. They're dealing with youth culture in different eras, but there's a through line throughout. You know, Elephant was most specifically about Columbine. So you're talking late 90s teenage culture, late 90s, you know, teenage high school life. This movie, mid 2000s teenage life. Specifically, isolated at a boarding school, but still the same type of stuff. What are the kids into at the time? Now the internet's a big thing. Um, and once the internet kind of exploded for youth culture, changed things rapidly. I was there. I was in high school in the mid 2000s. I remember it. Remember it vividly. And then you have the Dirties, which is kind of like the early 2010s version of what it was like to be in high school. Similar to what's going on in this movie. So, like I said, this movie is called After School. And Ezra Miller is this quiet, meek kid. But the movie starts off with him like watching stuff on the internet you shouldn't be watching at that age, or you probably shouldn't be watching at all, right? The dark side of the internet. What does the exposure to those types of things have as an effect on young people? And what is interesting to me, just from a cultural perspective, is those things were rampant at the time. You know what I mean? It was just because of the internet. The internet, like I said, exposed people to things they had never been exposed to before, and easily too. And what does that effect have on the mind? And what does that effect have culturally with youth culture? Because youth culture is incredibly impressionable, incredibly impressionable. But what happens in this movie is he is recording a video for one of his classes, one of his projects, right? And he happens to record a video of two of his classmates or two people at the school overdosing, violently so, like violently so. It's very disturbing because the movie is shot in that documentary style, so it looks real. You know what I'm saying? So he witnesses it like it's happening in front of him, and that radically like kind of rattles him, the character. I'm sorry, radically riles the character up, and the character is affected traumatically by this event, and that kind of dictates their path throughout the rest of the movie. And what is interesting is, the movie is so low, like so stripped down and like I said, so full documentary style that there's nothing going on in the movie in terms of plot, in terms of events that are going on. Like I said, it feels like Gus Van Sant's Elephant, where you are the voyeuristically viewing what's going on screen, and things and shots hold for a long time, and they don't move, and you're just probably yelling at the screen, "Hey, something happened," and nothing's happening. But there's a lot going on the screen. It's just not on the screen. It's tough. It's one of those types of movies, art house, you know, avant garde. Probably, like I said, probably took a lot from Gus Van Sant's Elephant, like everything from it. And yeah, so it's not a movie for everyone. It's a movie with a lot of meaning in it, but nothing really happens in it in terms of events. So if you're going into a movie that's going to be like a coming of age film with like a plot and stuff like that, not really. It's more disturbing the fact that it's so stripped down in a documentary-esque style. Because you feel like you shouldn't be watching it, as a viewer. And Ezra Miller is excellent in the film. They were an ingenue like actor early on in their career. Things obviously have transpired now to the point where and get into a whole conversation about Ezra Miller now and whatnot. But Ezra Miller was an excellent actor um, early on in their career. This and We Need to Talk About Kevin are very much in the same regard. That would be that would be an interesting double feature. That the Lynn Ramsey film, which I think is really good. I've been waiting for that to get some type of maybe deluxe re-release. I doubt it will ever happen though. Not a lot of love for Lynn Ramsey's movies getting deluxe re-releases. I mean, we're lucky they come out, I guess, on Blu-ray in general. We waited forever for Ratcatcher, and Morven Collar got a release from Fun City. And yeah, I love Lynn Ramsey's work, but Lynn Ramsey's work is not for everyone. And this movie, After School, is not going to be for everyone either. It's certainly a unique film. unique film. So what do we have here for special features? Sorry, I'm going off on a huge rant. But the movie just kind of affected me a lot in terms of its look at a lot of probably very meaningful things, because we're still having a lot of discussions in our society today about child um adolescent behavior, teenage behavior, and how all the negative things that it's leading to, and why it's become so untenable, so untamable, so unfixable. And I don't think it's a modern day issue. You can go back years, you can go back decades, and probably still not find answers to these questions. So we got a new audio commentary with writer director Antonio Campos, archival audio commentary with writer director Antonio Campos, producer Josh Mond, and cinematographer Jody Leaps. Theatrical trailer, New York Film Festival trailer, cell phone videos, deleted and alternate scenes with optional commentary, Virgil outtakes montage, Stuhlbarg uncut. So Michael Stuhlbarg is also in the film as well. I think he plays the principal of the school or the headmaster of the school. It's not really defined, but I'm pretty sure that's what he is. Um, there's an interview with actor Ezra Miller. I don't know whether that's old or whether that's an archival interview, but that's on here. A school promotional video and Robert memorial video. Um, yeah. So interestingly powerful film that I had never actually heard of until now. So that's After School, put out by IFC Films. And then lastly here we got a movie that is literally pure art. This is a movie that is a documentary, but is the purest of documentaries you will ever see. Accompanied by a small crew, Cretan and Barre follow paleobotanist Mark Brown across 7 locations in Normandy as he seeks out native plants from which an ancient garden could be created, and explains with the loving tenderness of a true expert the etymology, beauty, and scientific properties of the region's flora. And this is the movie 7 Walks with Mark Brown. So this movie is kind of exactly what the title suggests. It is 7 walks through these beautiful floral gardens, natural gardens, with Mark Brown, who just narrates what he sees and what he thinks. And he talks about these different plants, these different flowers, and it's incredibly comforting. It's incredibly simple. It's incredibly beautiful. It's a love of the natural world. It's a love of the natural beauty of the natural world. Truly an astounding, pure documentary. As I said, it is just a camera and this person. Sometimes he's in front of the camera, sometimes he's behind the camera, but it's just talking about what you see, which I guess is the purest form of documenting anything. Um, the movie is 104 minutes. It is a slow movie. It's just like I said, there's nothing really much to it other than what I just said. So you've got a Cretan's latest short film, Still Life Primavera from 2025. 2 short films by Cretan and Barre. Lac Didri, Petit Trait de la Marche en Plaine, a new interview with Cretan and Barre, and new artwork by Tyler Rubenfeld, plus a booklet with a new essay by critic Leo Goldsmith. And that is 7 Walks with Mark Brown. I think I saw this streaming as well. So it's very simple, very beautiful film. This is put out by Several Futures. Now, that is literally everything for me. I tried to make it under 4 hours, and I'm at under 4 hours now. Got a little distracted here and there. We go off on a few little tangents here and there, but it is the first episode of the season, the first spine number of the season. We do have some commentaries here. Some comments here by Acres of Movies. Dennis Hopper, Mount Rushmore, Speed, Hoosiers, Easy Rider, True Romance, Honorable Mention, Super Mario Brothers, and Blue Velvet. See, for me, Blue Velvet's number 1 with a bullet. Blue Velvet, Hoosiers, Easy Rider, and yeah, I guess you could put Speed up there, but I feel like even his character in River's Edge, I really like, but that makes a lot more sense, what you said. Let's see. Do you like Pillow Book? I'm not sure. I don't think I've seen that. No. I've seen the movie Pillow Talk, the movie with Rock Hudson and Doris Day. That's a nice little rom-com. I have a new Pippi Longstocking action adventure movie. That would work well as a streaming series. Thing is, that would have worked well as like a CW series, maybe like something in the vein of Riverdale, of or the Adventures of Sabrina that was on Netflix, or even Wednesday. Like that seems like that would be in the world of like those types of things. Iker's movie says Ghost Keeper is terrific. I'm glad somebody else has seen it because it was the first time I had heard of it. Let's see. What is a movie that has a lot of actors and actors that you like that you don't like the movie? For me, it's Swing Shift. I love everyone in it. Ed Harris, Fred Ward, Christine Lady, Kurt Russell. That would have to be a large ensemble piece. Um, a movie that I actually just came out. Is it Radio Murders? Where I like everyone in it, just the movie itself is not like particularly great. And it's the movie whose idea I think was originally created by George Lucas. Yeah, I think Radio. It's not Radio Murders. What's it called? Yeah, I thought it was Radio Murders. I guess not. What's it called? Hold on. It's gonna drive me nuts now. Oh, Radioland Murders. That's what it is. I knew I was close. I was close. Radioland Murders. Yeah, this is a movie that's trying to be. It feels like it's trying to be a Robert Altman film, but also trying to be a Christopher Guest film at the same time, and doesn't quite achieve either either area. And it's got a pretty good cast. Mary Stuart Masterson, Ned Beatty, George Burns, Scott Michael Campbell. There's a bunch of other people in here that they are not highlighting. They are not highlighting. Let's see. Who else is in this movie? Yep. Let's see. Michael Lerner, Jeffrey Tambor, Stephen Tobolowsky. Isn't Christopher Lloyd is in it? Bobcat Goldthwait, Dylan Baker. Let's see. What are the comments do we have here before we get out of here? So, let's see. Because we said who should direct Rip Van Winkle and who should star. You know what's interesting? So a movie that kind of reminded me a bit of that. Train Dreams. There's this. I mentioned it before. I mentioned it, and I'm going to mention it again. The movie Train Dreams, which is starring Joel Edgerton. That movie kind of gives me those type of Rip Van Winkle vibes. You know, a singular film about a singular person who's kind of lost in time, if you will. So Train Dreams. So a Rip Van Winkle film directed by Clint Bentley, starring Joel Edgerton. Clint Bentley is the director of Train Dreams. If you have not seen Train Dreams, I know this is a physical media podcast. Who knows if this will ever get a physical media release? It's on Netflix, and it's I think one of the best movies of last year. I really do, and I just don't know if it's ever going to get a physical media release at all because it's the whole Netflix thing and whatnot. So that would be my guess. Let's see. JB asked, "What are you watching later?" That's a good question. What am I going to be watching later? So now that I'm done with the prepping, like all the prep work here, watching all the stuff for Chasing Labels, I may start, watching some stuff that I just got actually. I may pop in because I want to see how some of these releases look. I'm still kind of stuck in 2025, so I may pop in. Actually, you know what? I may watch The American President. It's been years since I've seen it. I'm probably gonna pop in High Society. I really want to see how High Society looks. I really want to see how some of these other films that I've just gotten look. Even something like City on Fire. I do want to see how that looks. You know what I mean? Take the opportunity to see how these look because I'm in that phase right now where I'm kind of assessing what came out last year because 2026 is upon us. We're talking about 2026 releases, but 2025 is still in that evaluation mode about what are some of the best releases that came out. For those of you who are not in the know, there will be another award show this year of Shelf Shock Rewind. The Shelf Shock Rewind rewards will be happening, where people can vote what some of the best releases are for 2025. I've put in my nominations already. I've got to check to see when I'm supposed to vote actually on these things. Steven and I are part of like the voting body, plus a bunch of other people, and then of course the main public gets to vote as well of Shelf Shock on the Shelf Shock Rewind rewards. So now that I'm doing all of that evaluation, I'm going back and looking at, hey, what are some of the best releases of that time. Um, uh, Also, I think some of the Criterion releases will start coming out soon for January, so I'm going to be getting those so that I can review them here on Chasing Labels, and I do want to pop in some other stuff to watch. And I'm also catching up on stuff from last year as well. Still, I do kind of have an official, somewhat official top 15 favorite films of the year list for 2025. There's just two movies that I really need to see in order to make it like official. The Secret Agent, the movie starring Ragnar Mora. I really want to see The Testament of Anne Lee, starring Amanda Seyfried. I still want to see that. Um, those two I really need to see. I just saw Marty Supreme, so that's all. That's part of my top 15. And then I kind of want to do maybe a favorite movies of 2025 list, favorite new movies, I should say. You know what I mean? Like a top 15, like I just said, with a couple of honorable mentions. But as for things that are going on here for Chasing Labels, we just had our latest episode of Movies Down Memory Lane. We had it this past Saturday, and we talked about the movie Her, the Spike Jonze 2013 movie Her. Talked about that movie, how it was incredibly prophetic when it came to our relationship technology and how that's evolved even over the last dozen years or so. And we also talked about the complexities of human relationships when it comes to romantic, when it comes to non-romantic, all that kind of stuff. We get into all of that, and we ran for about an hour long. So if you're interested in that, if you like that movie, that may be something that you want to check out. We will be doing another episode of the Unwatched Pile this month as well. Our previous episode is now up for that as well. There are two episodes up on for Movie Mutations. Google or YouTube search Movie Mutations. There's an episode where we change the movie Home Alone, and there's another episode where we change. I forgot. Hold on. I should know things that I plug, but after 4 hours, my mind is completely gone. Let me see. I remember we shot. The Wizard of Oz was our first episode, and then the second episode was Home Alone. And yeah, so those check out Movie Mutations if you haven't already. It's a passion project from Steven, as well as I've been along for the ride for that. So, and then of course, other things that are happening here on the channel, movie reviews, shorts, stuff like that. Check out all of that that's coming up. But yeah, that is it for episode or spy number 181. The next time we reconvene here should be Criterion announcement time, right? Yeah, that'll be the 19th. I mean, Martin Luther King Day. Okay. So we will probably have Criterion announcements by that point. We'll see what they've got going, plus whatever else gets announced in between then and now. So thank you all for watching. Thank you all for listening. If you're checking this out on a replay, thanks for watching. If you're watching it live, thanks for watching. If you're listening to it later on in the podcast audio form, which you can find on Apple Podcasts, Google, Spotify. You can even find the audio version here on YouTube now as well. Any way you can support the channel and support Chasing Labels, go for it. I'm not going to stop you. We appreciate it all here. And yeah, thank you all for joining me here, and keep on watching those movies because I know I will.